Ren just hit a 25 stream watch streak. That's impressive dedication.
Good evening, everybody. Everything was going perfectly fine up until I had to switch scenes at the end, and then my dashboard stopped responding. So had to quickly use the laptop. Okay, let me just recenter everything. Hopefully you can hear me. Good evening, everybody. Is the mic open? Yes, the mic is open. We are back in Satisfactory. Good How is everyone this evening? Hey Russ, hey Azuran and Ryuga and Naravan. Russ is whinging about the Bunnings website getting worse. I haven't used the Bunnings website too recently, although they've done that thing where they add every other market shop front to the same output, so you can never find actual Bunnings stuff unless you turn on the filter, which every online store seems to be doing now, and it's really annoying. Hard to find things on it. They might not have any stock at the store you need anyway. Yep.
I admire your optimism, Dippy VR, but you only get a participation award this time round.
Good evening, Dippy.
Azure Wren was the winner. Better luck next time.
It was very competitive for first, Dippy. Yeah, stupid marketplaces. And Ryuga's finally got his rocket fuel power station up, bringing lots of power to his own playthrough. We are not doing fuel power in this playthrough. We are attempting to avoid it because fuel power is... It's overpowered. It's easy. It's good to do, but I've done it 3 times now. I've done rocket fuel power, I think. So in this save, we're going to try and do nuclear, because I always do rocket power, and then once you've done rocket power, you're set, and then you don't need anything else, so you completely skip nuclear. So in this playthrough, I have not even unlocked fuel power at the moment. We have fuel, but not fuel power. So today, we are continuing working in the computer tech factory. We got it functionally working in the last session last week. And I don't seem to have any sound in game. Is anyone else hearing the sound from the game? You can hear lizard. Oh, there's a very quiet lizard doggo. Is it very quiet for everyone or just very quiet for me? It's low. Okay. Let me just possibly turn it up a little at the source and see if that makes a difference. Oh, my Quest virtual desktop thing is really not working particularly well, so I think we're just going to have to leave it on quiet for now, and I'll have another look at it during the break. How much time I spent fixing my rocket fuel plant? It better last than the rest of the game? Yeah, absolutely. Rocket fuel tends to be very large in scope. Nuclear has a lot of little steps. You doggos already talked to you last session, didn't I? So you won't have anything for me. Okay. It's a little disturbing not hearing myself jump, though. Yep, okay, I must have just checked up on the doggos just before quitting out last time. I haven't played since last session, so there's been no progress. We've left it where we were. And we're going to go head back to it. Now, normally once I have a factory functional, that's when I start doing architecture, and we will get to some architecture tonight. But given the way we've actually made this factory, am I going to go the right way? Hopefully. Yes, good. I'm going to upgrade it first. I don't need to upgrade it, but I've done the math, and it's not going to be particularly hard to just double everything. And I think we've got the space to double everything, or mostly double everything. So I was thinking before I put pretty walls and roofs and that kind of stuff on, it would be good to at least scale it up in capacity once. Might do another upgrade later on. But if we double everything now, we should be set for the foreseeable future. So our tech factory is out in the Titan Forest. So just matching our winding train route out there. So this area, whoops, no, apparently I'm taking the scenic route. I always forget about that turn. So, as I was saying, when we get there, the area has lots of quartz, caterium, and copper, and a little bit of limestone, which is the essential ingredients for making the quartz-based computer and circuit board recipes. Let me just go another loop around the whole loop. Yes, bypass this station. So this is the delivery station for our mall at the space elevator, which is over there, through the trees. It is a very pretty landscape, a very pretty world to inhabit. Yep, now we're going around again. Just work out how overclocking works and found a SAM node and unlocked the basic dimensional depot, but I still need to unlock tier 5. Cool. Dimensional depot is very useful and helps a lot with building. Because I've done this a few times before, I actually unlocked the dimensional depot before I finished phase 1 in this playthrough. I didn't have enough steel pipes to really do much with it. Watch out, doggo! I think I just ran over a doggo. But I had enough for one depot, so I could start uploading basics, and as soon as I had steel unlocked with steel pipes, I was able to then make more dimensional depots. Okay, so this turn here, I was too busy beeping the beam to switch the points over. Yeah, this is really pretty. Except not over there. That's the swamp over there. That's not so pretty. Very swampy. Okay, so here we are. Brakes. Not that I'm sure the doggo won't be fine, Dippy. That was probably the one that I fed that I lost when I was trying to export it. This is where we get the quartz. Hence, we're having a quartz factory over here. I just want to change one setting on my headset. Something odd is going on and my stream quality has dropped significantly. Just in the headset. I'm sure it's okay from what you're looking at. Again, we tested all this before and it was all working perfectly. Okay, let's see how that goes. So yeah, we're bringing copper from over there and we're processing it into ore up the top there. And we have a blueprint here which is making circuit boards. So we have 2 of these blueprints, and if I recall, that's making 20 circuit boards a minute per the 2 setups there. Then we have a couple of quartz miners that are bringing quartz over to this side where we are making crystal oscillators, which is the biggest part of the factory. So this is actually 4 blueprints, each one making crystal oscillators for a whopping 15 per minute. And then once you make the crystal oscillators, it's pretty easy to come over here and with a couple of assemblers make computers. And again, this is just two blueprints here with 3 assemblers each. And then all of this flows into our storage unit over here, which we decided to have fun with circles around the tree. And we're slowly filling up containers here. Now we've left some space here because there'll probably be supercomputers and things later on, but we're slowly filling up the containers. No Man's Sky Expedition. Yes, Russ, I was planning on streaming it tomorrow night, hopefully. Because I couldn't seem to find them only on the crafting bench. What are you asking about, Noravan? The crystal oscillators? So crystal oscillators are made in a manufacturer. Yeah, so let me just plonk a manufacturer down and I'll show you. So if you haven't unlocked manufacturers yet, this is the thing, is like I was handcrafting crystal oscillators because I was using a lot of them in science, but they actually take 3 ingredients. And there's an alternate recipe. This is the base recipe here. So it uses quartz crystal, cable and reinforced plates. But I'm actually, that only makes 1 per minute, but I'm actually making this one here, which uses quartz rubber and AI limiters, and that makes 1.875 per minute. So we're bringing in rubber by train, so the plastic and rubber factory is delivering that, and everything else we're making locally. Yeah, the manufacturer is it's phase 5. So you have to finish, sorry, tier 5. You have to finish phase 2 first, I think it is. Yes, because I'm doing phase 3 currently, I think. Yes, I'm on phase 3 currently, so it's at the start of phase 3. So once you unlock tier 5, that's when you get the manufacturing, and you can automate it. So because these are just blueprints, actually I'll show you the plan, and I'll show you sticking in different numbers of how it looks when we double everything. Should just be able to Alt-Tab. Let me just find the right window. There it is. Okay, so this is the factory plan for here, and I've got the current numbers in what we've got at the moment. So we've got 2 blueprints for circuit boards, 4 for crystal oscillators, and 6 assemblers for computers. So if we double the circuit boards here, we make 4 here. And now crystal oscillators, if we double that to 8, and we double the computers to 12 assemblers, so then we have 40 out each of computers and circuit boards, and 10 of crystal oscillators. The one problem with this is we would have to have more crystal, 594 crystal. I mean, it is possible to split it, but with a belt capacity, yeah, see 500 here coming into crystal oscillators, we've only got a belt with a capacity of 480. So if we did this, we would not quite have enough capacity. We could still do it because it's only 20 short, and we could just upgrade the belts later on. I don't want to make a second belt because we will get Mark 5 belts not too far in the future. Alternatively, we could just make 7 of these, which is well within the belt capacity here, and we just make slightly less crystal oscillators spare. Which isn't a problem. So I might go with this, but we might go with the full 8. We'll see how we go. Let me just switch back to the game. Let's go back. Still trying to work out how to best balance production lines, and have been just putting a splitter to dump excess if I need them on the side like screws. So the best way to deal with excess is to get the smart splitter. And that way you can say prioritize what you're producing to go to a particular place, and then any overflow or leftovers can then go into storage or into the sink. Yo, VR Dad, how's it going? You can do a splitter straight on the back of a miner and 3-way split them. Yeah, you need to have at least something coming out of a miner, so you are restricted by the maximum output of a belt for a miner. But we've got 2 crystal miners here, so we could theoretically run 2 belts of crystal to the crystal oscillators. It's just 480 versus 500, it's not worth the effort. As I said, I can upgrade the belts later on and then get full capacity then. Smart splitters you can actually unlock really early. They're in the MAM. All you need is Caterium. Let me show you. There's some quite cool tech that you can unlock quite early. Caterium tree. Okay, it doesn't actually... okay, I have to mouse over it. So, Caterium ore gets you ingots. Ingots gets you quick wire. Quick wire gets you the zip line, which is a great way to get around early game. And the stun rebar. And down here, AI limiters, which you use in the smart splitters, and down here is the smart splitter. So all you need is reinforced plates, and you get reinforced plates really early. So if you set up a Caterium factory, or even just, you know, a little temporary Caterium one, you can actually come down this tree very quickly and unlock smart splitters really early in the game. You need to go back to Satisfactory. Best way to relax? You do. There's a new mod update. I made a video for it. So now is a good time to play another round of Satisfactory. Okay, so let's start at the source, and probably the most annoying thing, which is going to be extra copper. And it's going to be annoying because, while there's lots of pure copper nodes up there, we can't get the amount of copper we need out of one miner, because one of them is 370. I'm going to run out of fuel. So to double the amount of copper, we are going to need another pure node. And there's a little nuclear hog between us and the pure node. Well, I could try capturing him. Let me just get some more fuel before I forget and go cratering. Need to go, just want to say hello. That's cool. Thanks for dropping by, VR Dad. Catch you later. So this copper node's really easy to get to, but the other ones, if I ping, kind of a little bit further that way. It's the copper nodes up the back there. They're over that way, 183 meters. So, and right there is a nuclear hog. Now, I haven't unlocked too much in the way of weaponry. I have basic rebars, and I could pew-pew this guy away with a basic rebar. It would take quite a lot of time to whittle him down. So I'll put him in a cage for now. Oh, hang on, there's two? Oh, that's a normal alpha. Maybe I'll take out the normal alpha at least. Is it a sulfur? It's going to be a sulfur. He's going to shoot at me, I think. Where'd he go? There he is. Where did he just teleport to? Up the tree. I'm getting pinged quite badly by radiation there. Probably from that cluster as well as that. So I've got the two nodes down here. I just ping again. Pretty sure they're both pure. So I might just run a conveyor across here and then run a second line down there. AI limiters can only make them at workbench. No AI limiters you can make early, they're only an assembler. But you can handcraft them. Whoops, that's the wrong ammo. Problem with not hearing the game sound is I can get jumped by things very easily. But if someone uses the redeem of the fake jump, I'm going to hear it coming a mile away because it's going to be so loud. So you can try, and you will probably still get me to jump because I am conditioned to jump when a stinger sound is heard by me, even if it's out of place and I'm not expecting it. Oops. It's like I can tell what people are thinking. Now, yes, I could use pure copper here, but there's not really any point. There's plenty of copper here, and pure copper means a lot of refineries that take up a lot of power. I just pressed the wrong button, didn't I? Yes, I did. A lot of quartz and caterium. Why just doing nothing? Yep, cool. Falling off cliffs even without VR in this game. I can feel my stomach bracing. Yeah, I've been playing it so much that now and again I'll have a stomach lurch. Usually when it's unexpected. I will probably need more portable miners. Yep, I don't have any on me. No, I am not automating portable miners. Not yet, anyway. Maybe one day. Not a lot of point at this stage. I mean, it would be easier though, because, you know, that way they're just always in the depot. Or I could just handcraft like a stack of 200 and put them in the depot. Now that's not going to be perfectly lined up. At least it's straight. So what you can do is if you delete this. So that foundation got the right height, so it's at a meter level with everything else. But then you can use a road barrier, snap the road barrier to the front here. And then if you put a foundation on here, oops, apparently my stick drift is back. And this foundation is exactly centered with this miner. Now right hand, straight mode is great for getting a right hand turn. So you can come off any sort of disparate angle like that, turn right, and now I'm lined up with this foundation over here. And I'm getting pinged by radiation. And I'm a little worried where that alpha hog disappeared to. Actually, I might bring this all the way up to the height of this one. Is it just 2 meters? Yeah, it's just 2 meters. And later on I'll put a frame around it. Quite long enough. It reckons it's not straight, which should be a load of rubbish. That should have been right on. Not too worried about details at the moment because I'll probably come through here and straighten it all up and lay it out somewhere different. And I'm reversing into a nuclear hog. There is a chance he will burst out of that enclosure that I put him in. Especially if I get too far away, he'll actually respawn back in his start position, which is not where the cage is that I put him in. Now, if we want to double it, this one also would be 370. Really? 360? Okay, I'm just going to make the other one 380 then if it's 370. I don't know where to get that mushroom reliably yet, though, for fabric. In caves, you can find little mushrooms. But if you have a chainsaw... Wow! I found my crate where all my stuff goes to die. So, yeah, if your inventory is full, it puts stuff in a crate, and if there's already a crate nearby, it will put it all in that crate. I didn't even know I had a crate. I wonder how full I can get it. Is there anything I need? Let's take some of those. Oh, that's lots. Anything else there that's useful? Probably not. I'm just going to leave it there for now. I'll clean it up later. Oh, now we see the problem. We've gone around the tree one side. Nope, we went through the tree. Okay. We're definitely going to come back here and tidy it up later. Or just chop the tree down. This is very close to that nuclear hog, and he's probably going to try and shoot me through the window. Hello, Jay. Wait, you didn't change the output of the miner. I didn't change the output? Oh, yes, you're right. I didn't change the output of the miner. Well spotted. Thank you very much. I needed to change it to 380. You are indeed correct. The crates did distract me. Ow. Yes, and also mushrooms. If you've got a chainsaw, chop down big mushrooms and you'll get a lot of mycelia. You will never be wanting a mycelia again. And certain zones have a lot of stuff you can chainsaw that will give you mycelia. You need a lot of mesospheres in the sandwall thing, a lot more than I expected you would for the research, that's for sure. Yes, you need a lot of mesospheres for the depot. The large mushroom trees regrow. I think these ones, if there's no buildings in the area and you leave them long enough, I think they might regrow. I'm still not 100% sure what the logic is behind whether trees regrow or not. Sometimes they seem to, but I don't know if it's just game updates resetting everything. Yep, Azuren could be wrong, or I could be wrong. I'm not 100% sure. Futureproof 4, howdy doody, how's it going? Did you get Satisfactory working satisfactorily, Futureproof? I think last time we spoke you were still trying to get it running optimally. Now these are going to go up higher. Basically we're going to stack smelters on top of each other, I think. Yes, you have it looking good? Excellent. So we need to double the smelters, and we could extend that way. You know, there's probably enough room to actually extend it. I think that's the right way around. How was that clipping? What's that clipping with? Or have I actually got it around the wrong way? Yes, I do have it around the wrong way. Rotate. There we go, that's better. 2. So we've got 2, 4, 6. I think we had 12 before. Yeah, I think we can just lay out a huge run of these and just move this all back here. Which means ripping this down. Although that does complicate things a little bit because the throughput of this belt is not going to be enough. So we do need a halfway point. I mean, we can feed it across and then join it in the middle. I just would like to keep this particular building low, sort of like bunker-like, rather than just build it up like a tower. I'm not a fan of smelters. It's smelly. Let's put some more stuff in that crate that's over there. Churro twisties? Like me churro twisties for dinner? If we need to split this in half, probably want to have a gap in the middle. Hang on, why are they churro twisties? Okay, that is the right way around. So normally it would be flush here, but if we leave enough room, potentially to make another more room there like that. That way we have lots of room here for this copper to come out at a right angle. It can go down that way. And this will be the input that we'll bring along the top here. So let's put a mounting point there. Copy that mounting point, yes. I think that actually needs to be a meter higher. It'll make sense once I wire things up, you'll see. I hope. Oh, hang on, that lift there needs to be further this way. I still need to build 2 more of these. Where is this power? It's connected anywhere? Some of them have still got power. I jumped, I admit, I flinched. Well played, Donovan. Well played. Just a little jump. Yep. Yep. Kudos. That was well done. No, not that one. Need to connect that to there, that to there, and that to the power down there, and that should bring our miners back online. Like, my power grid is solid, it shouldn't trip. And these are all on the wrong recipe. Also need to wire up belts through the middle. So these ones should already be copper. Yep, here have some copper. And these four up the end were freshly built, so they will need to be changed. Mark 3 or Mark 4? We're going to need Mark 4s for some of these connected belts. Maybe I'll just do Mark 4 all the way along. There's Mark 4 here already. The end of the chain doesn't matter so much, but the input... Oops. And there's down between, there will be some down here we need to connect, which is the output. Every pair, so that one's fine. Actually, not quite fine, it might need a Mark 4. Mark 3 at that end is okay. Now 3, 4, 4, 4, and this one, yeah, that one needs upgrading. And because when I made this blueprint, I only had Mark 3s, so I think that's correct now. Okay, the limestone just goes. We're gonna have to redo this and move them around a bit. That's gonna be a bit messy. Just to get the height, that lift's got to come up to that high. That lift's got to come up to that high. I can't really eyeball from there. I think it's that one. This runs across to here. Actually, I might just do a little dog leg down like that. I was going to put a stumpy lift, but let's see if a stumpy lift fits. Okay, stumpy lift. So that should flow through to everything. And the other one should flow through to the bottom. It's going to take a while to catch up again, but that's fine. We've still got a whole bunch of other stuff we need to upgrade. Then we have our output copper here. Okay, so this is going to change because we're going to change the layout a little bit of the circuit boards. Like there's going to be more factory here. Now this isn't going to be a 50-50 split for the copper. Let's check. Okay, probably need a merge from one of these to the other for the excess. I've not done that math yet. Let me just switch to the plan. So 440 is needed by circuit boards, 262 for the crystal oscillators. So if we merge, we'll run both of them down to the circuit boards, merge one into the other as a smart splitter, so a priority to feed into the circuit boards, and then the remainder can go up to the crystal oscillators. That should be pretty straightforward. But first we need to figure out where we're going to stick the extra circuit board factories. Which we could just go vertical, we could just make a really tall skinny one. But I think I might put them over here a bit more. Yeah, I wasn't that surprised that time. I had a little startle, but that was just the noise, I think. Yeah, no, I'm you gotta wait a little bit, Dimitri. How am I going to fit this in? I mean, I could actually put this sideways like this. And put it in here, down here like this. I'm going to have to chop that tree down there, but this could fit in here like this. It's going to be asymmetrical. I mean, if I do line it up the other way, how close do we need to get? Like, we've got space underneath to run logistics, so this can actually come really close. Maybe too close, that far. And this sticks out how far over here? Desensitizing me? Right, okay. Just warming me up for later, huh? I just realized that is actually still rotated a different way. Okay, so assemblers are at the front. That's the way around it is. Okay, so let's plonk that down there. Okay, so there's not actually any logistics there, so we can come right up, but I will leave a little space there. Yeah, I've decided to just double the capacity of the factory now because I can.
Detected. Please seek shelter.
We've got enough resources to just double the throughput, so we're basically just building extra factory capacity now. More computers, yeah. So we're going to have 40 circuit boards and 40 computers output after the upgrade. Okay, it does have those on the other side there. So that's lined up. Okay, so that's lined up that amount. And checking where the square is on the ground. So this here would be 2 squares apart. What's the spacing look on this side? Pretty close to the ground, but that's not too bad. We're not clipping anything there. So let's go with that. I'm gonna run out of gas. Okay. So now we just snap another one down on top. I need to rotate it. Now, did I have to nudge this down? Probably. Actually, I don't know if I did over there. Maybe I should have, but I didn't. That's a big gap over there. I mean, I could rebuild that top half very easily. Yeah, it'll do. Need a lot more for late games as pesky RAM prices. Yes. Yep, pesky RAM prices. I mean, once I get Mark III miners, I can come back here, upgrade all the belts, and just double everything stack on top to double the capacity again. If I need to. I don't know if I will need to, but I certainly have that option. Wow, that tree is almost able to stay there. I ended up not encroaching on it too much. You can live for now, tree, but I might chop you down later. Now, it would make sense to bring the logistics kind of down in this square here. Yes. Well, by then I should have Mark 6 belts. So I've only got Mark 4s at the moment, which is why we're having to do nasty things with multiple copper lines. But yes, Mark 5s aren't quite double a Mark 4, but they should do for most high throughput cases. If I run it across here, I mean, I could actually keep it going through here. It's a bit grassy here, though. And then run it across from here. Okay, so it actually come down on that square, I think. I've lined it up, which there's no promise. Oh, that actually looks pretty lined up. Yep. Okay. Do you need Mark 6 for a few Mark 3 Mark? Yes, yes. I mean, no, we're only 380 is the maximum we're outputting from the copper miner here. So 380 times 2 is 760. Now, are the Mark 5 belts, are they 780 or are they 720? Look, he's out of his cage. $78.57 times 2. Yeah, times 2. Yeah, they despawn when you get further away, and then he respawned back at his original position, which would have been over there. Which is why to permanently capture them, you need to put the cage right on their spawn point and have a hole in the roof, apparently. Which this dude over here is. So he seems to be perfectly caged in there. Yeah. At least he hasn't got out yet. I see. Okay, so... So I'll
Look
move.
lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Sneaky ad break. 5 minutes ago I heard the ad break warning and then completely forgot about it. I'm going to take an ad break. Mark's 5, 780. 780, okay, yeah, so a Mark 5 on a Mark 3 miner will give me enough copper. Okay, apparently there's churros. I'm going to take a break and get some of those and have a drink. Back soon. They are indeed churro flavoured snacks that are crunchy like Twisties. Quite interesting. Now I'm just wondering whether I should keep the copper side by side. It's probably neater if I do. And the goat sup. How's it going? And the goat. Welcome, welcome. We are in the Titan Forest, expanding a factory that we only built last week. As we can. Is it harder to keep them layered rather than side by side? You could do them vertically. I tend to like them spread out so I can see the contents a bit more, but certainly I can layer them higher. No. This is not my first playthrough. I have played a lot of Satisfactory. I have about 2,500 hours in it. Modest compared to some. But no, I'm not new to Satisfactory. Can I give you tips? I can give you tips, absolutely. Was there anything in particular you were interested in? Yeah, that lower position there is not very conducive to this, but I'm just going to put these down now and get these functional first, and then we can come back and make these a bit tidier later on. And the goat, how far into the game are you if you're a new player? Game mode has way too many hours in the game of choice to be even remotely healthy. Gee, thanks, Dimitri. Just completed phase 3. Ah, see, I'm working on phase 3, but because I've played through many times before, I'm actually taking it quite slowly, and I'm doing a lot of design elements that you don't necessarily do if you're on your first playthrough. So yes, I am still working on phase 3. We are making a computer factory here. So of the objectives of phase 3, I've actually already made the frames, the first one. I just need to wire up my train to deliver them. I haven't made factories for the other 2 yet, but I have in other playthroughs. Play on PS5. Ah, nice. That's cool. So if you're phase 3, you've probably got a pretty good grasp on the core of it. As general advice, I would say if you can build a machine to automate something, do it, even though you might think it's easier to handcraft something, which you probably figured out already. Because a lot of people fall for the trap of in the early phases, they will just handcraft things because they think it's quicker and easier, and it is kind of. But then you get to phase 4 and you realize you are not prepared. Even phase 3 can be a bit of a rude shock to some people if they have been not building actual factories. Now, there's kind of 2 ways you can make factories in the mid to late game. One of them is to make a mega factory and ship all the materials to one place and just make everything in one place. Just got deluxe on it last year and your wallet is crazy. That's why I automated all the things. Excellent. Automated all the things is a good one. I like to build themed factories around resources. And I also recommend always collect hard drives for alternate recipes. So we are in the Titan Forest, and there's some pure copper over there with some limestone. There's good supplies of crystal and there's good supplies of caterium. So because we have copper, crystal, and caterium, we are using computer recipes and circuit board recipes that use those ingredients. So let me check what recipes we're using. So this circuit board recipe is not the basic recipe, it's an alternate one, because we can use silica and copper sheets. What's the basic one use? So the default one involves having plastic and copper sheets. So by using this alternate recipe, we don't need to have plastic in the area. So similarly, the computer recipe we're using, which is over here, the aluminium is fun. I've got some tips on that, although I can't demo it yet because I haven't unlocked it in this playthrough. So I'm using this crystal computer recipe. So normally your computer needs a manufacturer, but this one just requires circuit boards and crystal oscillators. So it's a simpler and faster computer recipe. Now the crystal oscillators is the challenging part because they're always painful. And that's the biggest part of the factory, which is the crystal oscillators over here. And I think for this one I'm also using an alternate recipe as well. Yes, so this one I'm using insulated crystal oscillators, and this one uses crystal and AI limiters, which we make locally. Now rubber is the one thing we're bringing in by train. So I have a train, I've got a big factory making plastic and rubber, and then the train delivers rubber to here. Everything else is sourced locally. Work backwards from the chosen item, yes, yep. Also, I've been making, as you might have noticed, blueprint factories. So I built a blueprint, like that highlighted area there is one blueprint that makes crystal oscillators. So once I built it once, I can then stack it however many times. So that's why I made this factory in the previous weeks, and now I'm coming through and doubling production. And it's not too hard because all I need to do is reuse the same blueprints I've already made to basically increase the factory size. So over here, this is a blueprint for making circuit boards. So wherever I need circuit boards, I can put down this blueprint here, input the copper and caterium, is it? No, quartz, copper and quartz into this, and it will make circuit boards. So that way I don't have to manually put every bit of machine. So even actually, especially on a console, it might be a time saver to make some blueprints. And even if the blueprints don't even need to be for a specific factory. Like the computers over there are just a blueprint with 3 assemblers all set up. Now, I'm doing a very vertical build style in this playthrough. I don't recommend that. Vertical mergers and splitters are buggy and painful. I'm kind of doing it as a challenge because I've kind of built things the other way before. So, but you can make similar sorts of things out of your normal manifolds in blueprints, and then still use them to build more quickly. I'm going to put some lifts in here just for positioning below. I will possibly use holes in the end. How far does this go down? Oh, it does go all the way down. In fact, that's the exact right height. Maybe I'll just go with that then. Yes, so and plastic and rubber, there are some really good alternate recipes that make plastic and rubber a lot more efficient, like 6 times more efficient than the basic plastic and rubber recipes. So it's recycled plastic and recycled rubber along with diluted fuel and heavy oil residue recipes. So there's like 4 recipes. Oh look, I even labeled it, that's useful. 4 recipes that making plastic and rubber much more efficient. Now, the limestone is used here. Okay, this here is a limestone entry point. And there's going to be another limestone entry point at the other side. I might actually take this underneath. To make logistics a bit cleaner. That's going to be a problem logistics-wise, so maybe we come across here. Now we've got to rotate that way, connect, and put that down. And the other one, we need more crystal over here too, so it's there for sure. Aluminium is where you are introduced to the byproducts of recycled water, which can be a real challenge for a lot of people. And there's a number of ways you can work around it. Basically, you have to put in water, but the output has water, and if you don't do something with the output water, the whole thing will ground to a halt. So you can feed the output water into the input water, and it is possible to balance and make it smooth, but a lot of people struggle with that. Where's the actual lifts coming down? Over there. I think Satisfactory is out to do. You need to wait for the mod loader team to update before you can start. Yes, so there is a new version of Satisfactory on the experimental branch with a new engine version. Hooray! This could be good or it could be bad for the mod. But there's a number of steps before I can get the mod working on the new version. So step one is CopyStain need to release the updated engine to the modding community. So they have a restricted Git repository with the Satisfactory engine without all the assets in it. It's just the core engine. So after that's released, step two, some geniuses in the Satisfactory modding community need to update the modding tools and libraries. This can take a while, so I can't do anything really until they've done their first bit. And then once they've released that, then I can start working on updating my mod, which could be easy or it could completely break the mod. Being a VR mod, being quite unique, I don't know. There's a lot of if, buts and maybes that can make it really challenging to work. I've been lucky so far in that the hurdles they've thrown at me, I have been able to find ways around it. But that may not be forever. Let's actually get this resources flowing. Now the good news is there's lots of time because the current version on the experimental branch is an engine update. So they've updated the engine, but there's no new features in the update that's on the current branch. So that will be on experimental for a while. I don't know how long. Then they will take it off the experimental branch and then bring it back later with all the 1.2 changes. And the 1.2 changes haven't been announced yet. And once that's announced, then it'll be on what's pinging me? Oh, he got me through the hole. Sneaky. The 1.2 changes will go on the experimental branch as well, and they might be there for a month or two. Yes, I'm using the SML libraries on top of that. Yes. It will break. Well, you won't break your save game. You can't backtrack. Yes, once you've saved on the new branch, the save game format will be different. So yes, that is the case. Okay, so limestone is on the left. So yeah, there's probably a few months away. Like they have announced that the 1.2 release date will be announced at the end of this month. And that's just the announcement of the release date. They did the old announcement of the announcement trick. Now, where does the copper go in? I assume it's over here. Copper, 110 a minute. Ah, yes, there's more copper that goes that way. That's why that's there. So copper goes in here. The copper also goes in here. And then we need a lot more copper to continue on. So is this really close to the ground here? I guess it is with that big rock there. Yeah, okay. Oh, stop it. You look forward to updating the mod again. I do and I don't, Dippy. It is a dual-edged sword. So it's a patch creeps. Yes, so sometimes there can be new features or engine upgrades that actually help the mod. And like the last time there was a big update, which is 1.1. That was actually the time that I added all the radial menus and stuff. And that was largely because they took so long in releasing 1.1 that I had the mod working within like a week or two of the SML update. And then it just didn't release. So I kept working on the mod and putting more features in and updating it and so on. So it's also an excuse to get off my butt and see if I can improve a few things. I might even try getting a native VR version working. It's like I would love to be able to not use UEVR and to have native VR support. That would be amazing. That would also involve skills which I don't have yet, so it's a learning experience. Which involves free time. Wow, I thought that was lined up and it's not. What? What? So, no promises. You can write. Half of BS Players base is playing on 2-year-old version of the game because of niche mods are not updated. Yeah, that is the problem if you're dependent on other mods. And that is annoying for Beat Saber. Let's get the limestone rolling, because that should be easy. Which one was limestone? Anyone remember? Actually, it doesn't matter. Because these both go to assemblers, as long as one is limestone and one is quartz, that's why I put the signs there like that. So if I put the limestone on the left, it would be easier, hopefully, to route the quartz along. And this is the time-consuming part of just doubling everything. It's the logistics of wiring everything up. You know, putting the extra blueprints down took seconds. Doing all the other stuff is going to take a while. Okay, so this is the quartz. I'm tempted to move this up like the other one is. Deep Rock Galactic VR mod, they have done the native VR thing. Yes, I am aware that Deep Rock Galactic has done the native VR. I've been tempted to try and contact them and get some help from them, although the modding tools will be very different. Native does sound like a team project, but then again, Predog has laid a pretty solid foundation for the hook. Yeah, I mean, the problem with UEVR, I mean, UEVR has been awesome at fast tracking things, but all the controls, other than the actual positioning, the buttons are all emulating a game controller. So I can't do capacitive touch events. And if I did have capacitive touch events, I could do things like hand posing and stuff like that. So a native VR plugin would allow me to have the full set of controller inputs, which would be amazing. Now, copper. I think we're going to need spaghetti. I think we're going to need spaghetti. We need to merge. How much is this going to need? Because I need to merge some of this into both of these, but then have the leftover continue on to the rest of the factory, which is why it's going to get messy. What I might need to do, actually, if I do, let's put a splitter here. Not having to keep game in focus would be the main career improvement for Dippy. Fair enough. Oh no, that went the wrong way. That should only need a Mark III into there. Now if we merge back into the other one, it's still not going to be enough. Maybe 4.27 according to the mod GitHub page? Yeah. It's pretty ballsy of Coffee Stain to upgrade the engine of Satisfactory from 4 to 5 and now upgrading it to 5.6. That's pretty cool. Actually, that's what we need to do. We need this to be a splitter. This is why having the limestone go underground early would be good, because it would leave a lot more room for this copper merging shenanigans. Okay, so that's prioritizing this stack. This will prioritize that stack. I mean, it's not prioritized because I haven't actually put priority splitters on it, but it doesn't really matter. It'll all balance out. and then the overflow from the two sides will merge into the remainder that goes onto the rest of the factory. Yes, 5.6. I'm hoping they put optimizations in it, Dippy. I need to, like on the weekend, I might upgrade to experimental and just try it with UEVR, because that'll give me a good idea of just what the performance is like. Yeah, I'm going to go do something different with the limestone. You know, I was hoping to do architecture tonight, but at this rate, I think I'm going to be doing this upgrade the whole night. Although this is possibly the hardest part of the upgrade. That should be a Mark 4, thank you. Yeah, that'll do. That way, this excess copper here can come out this way. Or where's it got to go in? It's got to go in here. Yes, so I can just neatly run it out this way. Come on, straight mode. Straight mode only likes going straight when it's got extra space to move. See, that is straight, but straight mode won't do it. Okay, oh look, 110 per minute. So 2 stacks high would be 220 a minute. Wow, documentation, that's useful. But now the sign is mounted. That's okay. The Mark III will be plenty for that. I don't remember if the next requires a Mark IV, but that'll do. Okay, so we have limestone. Actually, we broke the limestone, didn't we? Okay, that's flowing, I think, correctly, which means we need a trickle of quartz. 23 to 24 times 2 is 48, times 2 again is 96. So we need 96 per minute total crystal, which is going to be pretty straightforward. I think I'm going to make this a 1 meter so I can tuck the logistics up. Remember it? Depending on the UEVR performance, or you can do, yeah, the UEVR pretty much determines how well it runs. There's not much I can do outside of that. I can tweak a few console settings. But I usually do that to add more detail, which makes it actually run slower. But there's some satisfactory default settings that look terrible in VR. Well, I mean, they look terrible in flat, but you don't notice it. Like level of detail at certain ranges. Just machines just stop animating when they're right near you. It's not good. So I actually do have some settings. I mean, you can turn them off. So if you go into the mod settings, I've got this graphics detail boost here. Now this defaults to low boost, but if you are running on a potato computer, you may want to turn that off to no boost, which will use the game default. But the low boost just boosts the level of detail ranges and the foliage and just up a little bit, so it looks better. So things like that tree over there on the hill would probably be a 2D cutout with that option off. I mean, I could test it. It's going to make me a liar now. Oh, it's making me a liar. Where is some 2D trees? It might depend on the type of tree, actually. It's going to make me a liar. You'll have to trust me. This really, really stands out when it does happen. Unless they've actually changed the settings since I put that setting in. Dippy knows what I'm talking about, though. So things like machines don't animate, trees become 2D cutouts, and the 2D cutouts aren't as noticeable on the flat screen, but they're really noticeable in 3D in VR. So there's some extra settings to just improve that. Yeah, if you've got a high-end card, the graphics settings don't make as much difference on frames per second. It's mostly raw resolution that has the biggest effect. That's going to be annoying. I'll fix that hole after. Come on, rotate please. Thank you. That might be... I think I need to actually have it down there. Yes, got it lined up. You like diorama trees in your hyper-realistic game? Exactly. I know what browser was saying. Turns out DevTool logging makes stuff chug after a while. Yes, yes it does. Okay, so this should just be able to go pop in over there. Might have to chop these mushrooms down. Okay, that bit was easy. I mean, I probably need to increase the amount of quartz in general being mined to do with capacity, but I think we've actually... It's not tuned. We still need to overclock some of the copper. Why is this? Oh, this side needs power. This side has no power currently. We have no power here. Attach, attach. And then this will need to attach to the higher blueprint. Oh look, we still need to connect the conveyors too. Oh no, this has to come from the dodgy splitter up into the hole. This container was when we first set it up. We had a container to offload things into. Let's put that. I've also realized that I have no sink at the other end, which means everything is going to back up. No, we don't want that. Go away, don't want all that anymore. Dodgy splitter. Vertical splitters, no, they do not work as intended. You cannot connect from one vertical splitter to another. You have to, so if you want to merge two blueprints together, that's why I have holes on the bottom of the blueprint. So when I connect it together, I can start from the vertical splitter and then connect it to the hole, because that works. The alternatives do not. Hopefully they will be fixed in 1.2. I'm not convinced they're going to be fixed in the current experimental branch. From what I've seen, there's a whole lot of bugs still there. Okay, so theoretically, we whack a speed thing on here. This should go up to 4. Actually, it'll go more than 40 because some of these circuit boards are being consumed. How many per blueprint was it? Silica. 12.5 there. I think it was 2. So 25, so 50, 100. So we should get 100 circuit boards a minute if everything is working correctly. All bugs caused by the latest XP unstable, never getting merged after the last XP run. Yes, there are actually more bugs on the experimental branch. But I'm hoping once they have all the 1.2 features merged in, that will include a whole pile of fixes. And pretty much that's what they said. Okay, so I'm just going to have another peek at the plan. So we've done the 440 into circuit boards. We need 262. So a Mark III for copper is actually fine as long as we only have 7 here, not 8. So as long as that's all Mark IIIs, we don't need to upgrade that line at all. 157.14, we already upgraded that. These miners we need to upgrade to, well, we'll double them basically. And this one will fit on a 480 belt, so that's fine. But that might be a Mark III belt, so we need to make sure that the quartz belts going to the crystal oscillators has Mark IV all the way. And then we can expand our crystal oscillators, which is going to be fun because they're huge. And there's stinkers in that area. Yeah, I mean, I like Mark IIIs because they stack to 200 and they're cheap, but Mark IVs are fine once you automate them and have them going into a depot. So I haven't fully done the math on the quartz miners because there is another pure node back there, so it might be that we just add another miner on. It's 177. This one, it's 120 base. That's a normal node. I think these two are both normal nodes. Yeah. 120. I think this was just 120 plus whatever that needed over there. 177.14. Okay, so we're not going to get a full amount out of this. How much did we need? 531 total. 531.79. 531. So that's 300 there. That's 500. 31. So that should be it. So it's 300, 540 total. Can't remember a number I looked at 1 minute ago. 531.79. Yeah. 31.79. So we can actually take off 8.2 approximately. Minus 8.2. 291.8. I think that's right. And that is more than a Mark III, so all these need to be Mark IVs now. I've just realized I don't know if I'm making enough rubber. Yeah, that already was a Mark IV. That would be ironic if I ran out of rubber. Okay, split into 2 Mark IIIs, that's reasonable. Okay, so that should be the quartz upgraded. We need to upgrade the Caterium. That's going to be an adventure. I wonder if I can sneak down the back because there is a rather not very friendly person in there. Caterium, we need 315 ore, which means we need Mark IV belts. Good. Oh, we're not going to get it out. Oh, this is a pure one, so I think we can get 315 out of a pure. I can upgrade this side of the belt, no problem. I sneak it through the hole there. Okay, I might actually try going underneath and around to see if I can not... Oh, he's noticed me. Something's noticed me. Unless it was a hog. There were hogs around here. Oh, it's just that Alpha over there. Come on, Alpha, you can play. Get another nuke to go or cluster bombs? Yeah, I could. No, I kind of like having the trapped stinger in there as protection. I mean, there's probably a lot more stingers if I go in this way. Places did they respawn when I cleared them out last time? And the problem is my sound is down low, so I won't be able to hear them. Just be able to hear you guys making me jump scare. So 300. Let's say 330? Oh, let's say 330. It's 360. I haven't. Oh, yeah, I expected that. 315 is what I need. Oh, that's right, because I did 7, not 8 here. That's why it's not 360. Who did this? Good try, Dippy, but I was too ready. Okay. I need to turn up my game audio so I can't tell you those from the normal game sound. I'm also like hyper alert at the moment because there is one up here. He will come after me. Oh look, there's a tiny bit there. There he is. Whoa, I really don't like it when I can't hear them. I'm gonna piss ball. This is not the way out. That's a different way. He's following me. I've gone the wrong way. I'm lost. Gotta go out somewhere, right? Yeah, I went the complete wrong direction. Yeah, that was the friendly Spider-Man. Always have protection. I think we lost him. It's 315. No, with 315 as the input, which is 45. Could get jumped by balls here, but I think I'm out of range. 315 divided by 45, 7. I need 7, and I've got 4. So if I double this, didn't position it very well, did I? Thanks, Russ. I'm on edge for creatures, and Russ triggers a power outage. It's not the most peaceful forest to build in. So the last time I properly fought this guy, he went clipping through walls and then ended up lodged inside the
Incoming propaganda
rock.
broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, that is an ad break coming up. So I've put in 8 here, but I might just turn off one of these, so that way we'll get to 7. Actually, I should probably turn off a back corner rather than just one in the middle of the pack. Now that was still had outputs. That should... oh, it's still got input too. Why is it not blowing out? Probably because I haven't got it connected. Too impatient to wait for the cooldown. So you're telling me I should put more jump scare sound effects in? I mean, those are the 2 most horrific ones in Satisfactory. Well, I can put more sound effects in, I just don't know if they will be... I could put non-satisfactory ones in there as well. It doesn't make me jump scare though. Okay, Criterium is flowing and Mark 3 should be plenty for the output. We'll turn this off and I'm just going to trash that ore. So now we should, pending rubber supply, be able to increase this to 7. Which I am going to expand this way. Ooh. Maybe I'll put one sort of here, but elevated. They're saturated belts, that doesn't mean they're stuttery. Okay, now this was nudged down 3, I think. 3 is actually too far because that one's... Okay, no, that is the right one. See, that indicator light there is not embedded in the top, but that one is embedded in the top, which means the layout isn't perfectly even. Looking forward to having the hover pack eventually. Justice Guy, good morning, afternoon, evening, how are you? Welcome back. we're still in the Titan Forest. I decided to double production of everything because I can. We have enough resources, it's not completely breaking logistics. And it will make us a little more future-proof as far as future capacity. Okay, so that's the output connected. There's a whole pile of inputs we need to also connect. Up here.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
I did it again. Wow, I am super focused / distracted tonight. I missed the ad break again. Okay, I'm going to take a break. Did that actually alert 5 minutes ago? Maybe the alerts are broken, or is my brain broken? I'm going to be back in a few minutes. Don't think anything will eat me up here. Famous last words.
Realmavris has submitted a request for you to hydrate.
I will hydrate. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to go top up my drink. I'll be back.
Realmavris wants you to stretch. Go on, do it. Reach your hands in the air like you just don't care.
Okay. Stretching good. Oh, taking back. Okay. We are. Oh, I didn't adjust the sound volume. I keep meaning to do it in a break, and then I keep forgetting. Thank Thank you, Russ. Just give me a second. I am going to adjust the sound level. Actually, can I do it what I was trying to do before? It's on full volume. Why is that on full volume? Okay, that's that. That's on full volume. So maybe it's an OBS thing, but I haven't changed the OBS volume. Just give me a sec. I'm going to fiddle with the OBS setting a little. Well, that's not useful. I can't change the volume of that device while in that screen. Well, I'm just going to have to go... I'm going to have to have a bit of flickering for a bit. Here it is. Teleport volume. I don't know why it's slower than usual. Unless it's in game volume. I think I've changed the in-game volume. Still very soft. Actually, you say you can hear it okay, mate. Oh, you know what it is. It's my headset volume. Don't mind me, I've just cranked it up louder and you're probably going to be deafened. Was that too loud? I don't actually monitor the game sound from the stream. I actually have it going through my Quest headset directly, so it's actually a completely separate volume to everything else. So I fiddled with some settings. Let me know if it's too loud now. But I should properly hear native singers now calling out for attention. So it's actually pretty easy to stack these blueprints on top of each other. I mean, I had to design it and redo it 3 or 4 times, so there was a lot of work in the initial blueprint design, and we still don't have power connected. This middle line is where the power is, yep. Okay, that should bang on. No, that's correct, that's correct, that's correct. That's all good. Do we have power? We do. Oh, these are being made in the blueprints, so that's going to take a little time to come through, but the rubber is feeding in. And the output is all already connected, so it will just work. So this is 6 We've gone from 4 to 6, so we don't have a 7th yet. I was thinking of having one sort of maybe where this tree is as an extra stack sort of offset from the others, or I could build it there. I just can't go too high here because I'll hit the tree canopy. Ooh, missed. So I've started planning a munitions factory. And a lot of the fancy later munitions take stuff that is from this particular factory here. So I think I might actually build like a munitions factory over here. There is some iron in this direction. Over there, yep. So some of what I would need to build would take iron. So over here, and that way any circuit boards or high-speed connectors or whatever can come through the factory here to the munitions factory over there. But that will be a future build. Just one of them looks so small and stumpy. Am I short on something, or is it colliding with something? $600 and 632. I'm out of these blighters. I always run out of beams. This is why I always take extra beams when I go out to build, and I'd had some extra ones, but not enough, obviously. You might be able to stay. Yeah, let's wait until we build it. Oh, duh. That's the problem. You can only fit 600 in a depot. You have to have extras on you. That is fair enough. That makes a lot of sense now that my brain has actually caught up and figured it out. The blueprint takes more steel beams than will fit in the depot. It's a lot of beams. Took me an embarrassing long time to figure out how to change area single mode on the chainsaw. on the VR mode, it is a little tricky, Tippy. It is. Yeah, you pull down on the control stick, which is the same. You press down to change ammos, and if you've got a scanner, you press down to pick what you're scanning for as well. So yes, down on the stick is a little niche. I've considered actually changing it to just the A button. Like A button is normally build, but things like the Nobelisk, A button is trigger the Nobelisk. But I could change that to like a gesture, and then A button I could have as an ammo change, and then A button could also change the mode of the chainsaw. So I might do that in the future. So basically A would now be the secondary function of all equipment. Well, it's effectively going to be reload then, but with a few custom things like maybe you have to double click to do the detonation or something like that. Or maybe do a gesture. So it's something I've considered. Yay, now we can build it. How much a gap did we leave? Yeah, it looks like a square or so. Grip and bumper used for something else with Novelisk and chainsaw. Well, grip is always interact or back out. So if you've got the chainsaw, grip would be to pick up leaves because you can still pick up leaves while you've got in chainsaw mode. So yeah, I try and stay consistent so that the right grip is always those two things and nothing else. Okay, so how are we canopy-wise? So we're going to hit the canopy either way, unless we go vertical. But if we only go too high, I think that's fine. Now these two weren't lined up. I tended to move it this way just to keep that asynchronous layout going. It's not exactly even, but let's do it. Real nice when someone gets a native proper VR port of Satisfactory going, since I'd imagine gesture control much easier. I do have some gesture control already. It's not too hard to do. That's more of a limiting factor of me having time and libraries to do gesture controls. So I've got some simple gestures in there. This will now be a merger. Because gesture control is just basically based on where you're moving and positioning your controllers in space. So the over-the-shoulder inventory one, or hang on, it's appeared behind me. There's basically a collision region near your ear where that gesture, if it's overlapping, it changes the control mapping. So same with this one. So you've got a collision area there, and where does that? And there is actually a sprint gesture, so you can actually go like this to sprint instead of clicking in the thumb button. Melee sticks are basically just a velocity. Oh, sorry, bird. So that's just a change in angle velocity sensor that then triggers. Oh, you got me! I jumped that time, Russ. You think more about the palm gesture idea. It's going to be real nice. Which palm gesture idea was that one, Justice Guy? Remind me again. Like if I was starting from scratch, there would be some things I would change, like the press up stick to do menu. I don't know if anyone uses that, and you don't really need it because most of the things are on buttons. Like a Vive player with Vive wands might use that menu. So the up and down stick stuff, I would probably make up jump and down crouch rather than using the trigger. In the inventory or something on open palm. Yeah, I could have an open palm. I might save that for other games. I don't know if it's needed for Satisfactory. Yes, I was distracted, Russ. Good call. I'm also a little on edge because there is a stinger that spawns over there. I didn't jump too far in the air, but it definitely startled me. You know what, I'm overthinking this. I'll just wire up the logistics because we can always move them later because they're blueprints and they're easy to move. Pug333, good morning, how are you? For those who've just tuned in, we are still in the Titan Forest, still working on computer products. I decided that, you know, if we've got this far, why don't we just double everything while we're here? And because we're using blueprints, that is not too hard. The hardest part is actually all the logistics changes for mining and stuff like that that needs to be updated. So we've already doubled our supply of circuit boards. Now we're working on almost doubling crystal oscillators. We're a little short on resources to allow us to fully double the crystal oscillators, but they're crystal oscillators. We don't need a huge amount in the final output. Now, how did we connect power between buildings? Okay, we just ran it from the corner here. Oh. So that's power. Now we need to import these things. So we need to bring over quartz. And this is something I definitely need to tidy up here, is all these resources being brought in are a bit of a tangle at the moment. This is the rubber. $26 times 7, let's say 27, 20, clear, 27 times 7, 189. We are going to have to expand our rubber factory. I think I'm making 160. So we're going to run out of rubber. Rubbit? 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 Rub what? Okay, the rubber is easy. We just run that straight down and wiggle it through. Come on, straight mode, you can do better than that. Oh, rub what? Okay, rubber is flowing. Yeah, this could get messy. This is where I curse myself for not just putting everything a little higher so I could bury all this under a logistics floor. Alright, I did want to move that across. Yeah, blueprints, they are easy to move. Yes, I could totally move them. I could totally rebuild all of it again and move it up a little bit to fit logistics under it. I totally could. And maybe I will. It's a smaller change than some of the other changes I've had to do, so... And quartz. See, these pillars here were part of the blueprint for when you put a top layer on, but they're not needed at the bottom layer. So I can delete these. And try and wiggle some copper and quartz through here. That's not great. But yeah, that is an advantage of blueprints. It's like if I decide I want everything 1 meter to the left, that's actually one of the easier things to do. It's the logistics of getting all the supplies in from all the corners of the earth that is the time-consuming part. Just ignore that clipping. Yeah, I will come through and probably reposition and relay all this bottom logistics stuff. That is just a bit of a sea of bits and pieces at the moment. This is going to be interesting. I mean, one way I could do this is no, because I could have a lift come out of there and go down that way, but no, I won't do that. Yeah, I really need this on this side. Means I need to move this across. Indewid, how's it going? Good evening, good morning, good night. Beginner's mistakes at your level. What beginner's mistakes? I always make mistakes. maybe not. Copper goes up. Quartz goes in. See, to fix this, all I need to do is remove this blueprint up a meter. It's actually not that hard at all. If I wanted to avoid that clipping, that would be the easiest thing to do. Is it 1.0.3 out of... It is out of alpha, yes. 103 is the release of the mod. Rice Bunch, how's it going? Good evening. I even made a launch video for 103 covering the new features. I've checked my plans. Turns out I need to extend my crystal oscillator production 90 minute to 100 minute. That's a lot of crystal oscillators, Dippy. Like, I am using the highest throughput recipe of crystal oscillators here. And this is how big it is. Things are good here, thanks. We are doubling the capacity of our tech factory. I'm hoping we get it all right. I think that's all the suppliers in now. Waiting for AI limiters to come through. That's Caterium. What's happened to our Caterium? We connected our Caterium? We did, didn't we? Yeah, there goes Quickwire. Okay, AI limiters should be coming through. Yep, okay, it's doing something. It's working! Let's go 1 to 4 on part build, X3 extra for scaling later. It's all oscillators I'll ever need to finish the game at least. Yes, 100 oscillators, you'd hope so. I try and avoid them usually. I usually use the Caterium computer recipes just so I don't have to deal with crystal oscillators. Yeah, when I design something like this, I usually start with enough throughput with the intent that I can double it and then later on double it again, so 4 times for the final build. So this is the initial double, which we don't need the initial double throughput currently, but I thought we've got enough resources here and the Mark IIs are fine, so let's do it now. And then later on, if I do need the capacity, I know I've got enough that I can double it again. So if we did expand this up another here, we are still under the canopy of the trees. Okay, so we could extend this a couple more, as well as we could build higher with that skyscraper going to the sky. Needing them for lighting. This is the problem, is crystal oscillators. I was making fancy architecture with signs, and they needed crystal oscillators. So for the early parts of the game, I was actually reliant on doggos to give me crystal oscillators just so I could finish my buildings in the early phase. And the doggos delivered. Like, the one point it's like, I'm out of signs, and I went like 2 of the 3 doggos I think at the time had like 50 oscillators each on them, or 30 oscillators each. It was a good time thanks to the doggos' generosity. How's our throughput looking here? 24 per minute. Let me just check the plan. That's not the plan. We should be having 26.25 when it's at full capacity. I mean, is there any lights that aren't green? Oh, look. Stuff's not connected here. Whoops. How did we miss that? That would be part of it. Kind of an awkward spot to grind all this. That's better. Yeah, I think I'll end it up with here before. I mean, I did connect the rubber. Yeah, I did connect the rubber. And we did connect the outputs. Yep. Okay, so it was just the inputs on this side that were not connected for some reason. Let me check over here. Pretty sure we did this side. Yeah, we did this side. It was just that middle side that we didn't. Okay. So now we should have green lights all the way to the top. One's yellow over there. What's going on there? Although this is also, because it's a manifold, this one will be stealing more resources than that one, so that will get the dregs. This is where we hope we got our copper maps right. And make sure we have a Mark III of copper the whole way. That looks like, yeah, that is a Mark III, okay. $262, yeah, so a full Mark III of copper should do it for us. I'm actually surprised the output hasn't flooded and backed up because I don't have a sink on the output. Or am I already delivering them to the output? Maybe that's what's happened. Maybe I set a train already going. Or are they just so slow they haven't filled it up yet? Okay, circuit boards are nearly full. Computers are nearly full. Yeah, that doesn't look like a train's taking any away. So we haven't actually hit the limit yet. Okay, that's good. What is that beam doing there? That's better. Yeah, so we shouldn't actually need a sink because we're going to take this all the way by train, and the last train stop will drop it off at the mall, and the mall has sinks. So theoretically, and yeah, as these are barely full. And so we've still got these to fill up before we run out of capacity and things back up. Should be able to get a train online by then. So these are all right. We haven't actually filled up the crystal oscillator supply yet because they're slow. let's say 27 and then not 27. Okay. I'm just going to let this go because it is a very slow setup. It's going to take a while to saturate, I think. So the last thing we need to double the output of is the computers. This should be a smart splitter, right? That is not a smart splitter. That is bad. Because we want to prioritize crystal oscillators going to the computers first, and then only the overflow goes to storage. It is a dumb splitter, yeah. I kept setting them that way instead of that way. Okay, I'm actually surprised our computers haven't run out. Awfully generous with space with putting these down. I think, yeah, we had 1 meter ones along here, so fit some logistics under it. I'm afraid this tree is going to have to go. Unless it fits in nicely. I mean, we could leave a gap actually. Basically, we've got all the way up to about here to be able to fit things in. So we positioned these on the middle of the foundations, so we've effectively left a full foundation space between them. And the output is facing this way. Yeah, that will be right on the tree. And yeah, we're not going to fit too many the other way. No, don't delete the whole thing, just that. Thank you. Nope. Hang on. Oh. The delete mode's jump scaring me. Make sure it faces outwards. Oh, that's terrible placement. Okay. So this we need to tear down. Leave the crystal oscillator feed in for a while because it's got to feed more through. The output is allowed to bank up, that doesn't matter, so we can continue this along here. Now this is going to get in the way. I can probably preemptively put crystal oscillators on this side. So we should be able to delete this. Reconnect that. Proper stumpy lift on, and it's good to go. Might even move this a little bit further this way. That's not too bad. Okay, oh, my feet are getting a bit stiff. What is that? Right, okay, that's what it was. Oh no, that's lower. I nudged it down. Forgot about that. Down, you're already cramped for space underneath. This is just space between here and there, though. There's already still lifts between near and below. Yes, I could move the whole foundation up by one, but that would also mean rebuilding those so they're a meter higher. So, yes, I could have adjusted all the heights. It was more the crystal oscillator factory that I haven't left enough room for the logistics. This one I did actually leave enough room for logistics. That's not what I want. I wish they'd fixed rotating lifts. So normally after the first click, you should be able to rotate around, and whatever direction it's facing, it should build in that direction. But since 1.1, it defaults back to the first angle and ignores your second choice. Which is really annoying and makes certain lift orientations now impossible to do. Well, that looks dangerous. What is the chance this one doesn't work? Normal sis, hey, what's up? How's it going? Just appearing for a hello. Hello, how are you? Good day, good day. There's a little dumpy lift in there. Okay. Now that's a real lift. Maybe I shouldn't put these in place until we've got it working, just in case I have to rebuild any lifts, because, you know, vertical lifts and vertical splitters and mergers are dodgy. Now I think I need to rebuild that. No, I don't. That's on the bottom of the hole. That's fine. Didn't redo that hole. That one's fine, but I do need to redo that one. That's right. I redid these up here. See, for assembler manifolds, there is enough room here. That's fine.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, that is an ad break alert. I'm not going to forget in 5 minutes. I promise. So I'm just going to finish this, and then I will take that break that it's wanting me to take. Okay, and then the output. Pretty sure we output the remainder of the circuit boards, go through into the storage. So let's go. Also has to come the other way. The circuit boards and computers flow. Logistics. Now these will take a while because these have had the outputs from this whole line, and the new computers are all stacked up, so it's going to take a while to balance out. Also, we need to connect power to the ones we've just thrown in place, and we haven't even set a recipe yet, because this blueprint was a basic basic assembler blueprint, so there was no recipe pre-programmed in. I was going to copy the mark. 2 point. When you do that. Ad break, ad break, ad break. I gotta take a break. I'm gonna take a break, honestly. I'm just going to quickly settle these. I mean, how long will it take, really? Green lights, green lights, green lights, green lights. Okay, I'm gonna go hide in here, and then I'm going to take a short break. I'm gonna have a drink. I will be back in a few minutes. Yeah, okay, we've got some more computers happening there. So we'll let that spin up, and we can have a look at the throughputs once we return.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Hey, we are back in the Titan Forest making computers. We are now making computers at, theoretically, 40 per minute, assuming all the inputs have been saturated, which they might not have yet. We have doubled the capacity of almost everything, so we've only just... The crystal oscillators we changed from 4 blueprints to 7 blueprints, so it's not quite double because we would then exceed the capacity of a Mark IV belt for, was it the crystal, I think. So we're like 20 short, so we could up it to 8 and it would be a little bit inefficient, but it's easy enough to expand later on. And this will give us enough crystal oscillators for what we want. So we have doubled the amount of computers we have building over here. We're using crystal computers, which is a nice easy recipe once you deal with crystal oscillators. And hopefully it's now spun up to capacity. Let's check it out. 40 a minute computers, yeah. Ooh, 42. 40 is expected. Circuit boards should be more than 15 a minute though. Although that is probably still saturating the manifold. So if we come up to the top, there's probably some here that don't have a full stack of circuit boards yet. Yeah, see, it's not full yet. So we won't get the full circuit board throughput until, let's give it a little advantage. Oh look, stacks of 200. This is going to take a while to build up. But that theoretically is the functional completion of doubling the capacity of this factory. And apart from a stinger taking a bite out of me, it's been fairly incident-free. It's funny seeing the philosophy difference when it comes to Belt versus Factorio. They got buses for days. Yeah, I have done a not a Factorio level one, but I have done a megabus for a projects room in past factories, where there's just a high-speed belt for each product going through, and then I use smart splitters to peel off to machinery, and then basically each project phase I would reprogram everything to build a different thing based on the requirements. That is stuttering. Why is that stuttering? This is where we need a priority merger, I think, actually. No, because that's all blocked up there, so that's not taking excess. So this should be outputting enough crystal. Unless we missed a Mark III somewhere. Yeah, okay, that belt is... should be 480. Every player might as well be allergic to belts unless you're going Mega Base. I mean, I can have multiple belts, but there's no point because in a little bit I'm going to be unlocking the next speed of belt, which is going to be plenty for any extra capacity I need. So yes, once I get Mark V belts, I will come through and I will increase the crystal oscillators to 8, and I will increase the belts to cater for that. I'm just going to check the design. 437.5 going to the crystal oscillator factory, which should be well within capacity of the belt. Unless I got my 531.79 set up wrong, which is possible too. $531.79. That's 240. Can't give me my cursor. Thank you. 1131.79 minus 240. So the other machine should be 291.79. Close enough. Symbols are full, then for some reason stutter and rubber band, so to speak. Yes, yeah, it is definitely a burst throughput, where they will take in a chunk of things at a time. It won't necessarily be even, especially depends on the recipe. So I'm not too worried about the stutter. I mean, this one is 240. So this could just be changed to a Mark III, which would be a lot closer to what it's actually expecting for throughput. The other one will need to be a Mark IV still, though. That's a bit smoother. Okay. And this is, I think it was about 26 and a half, I think, was coming through here. Either way, it's plenty enough for the computers. So now we can start actually doing some architecture, which is always something I put off. Like, you can see me humming and hawing and checking numbers just so I don't have to go and deal with architecture. So let's start with something simple. Let's go make a bunker. Or if you get distracted, make a doggo pen. How are the green lights going over here? Is everything green? Looking good. Yeah. And like, I could just put some pillars and a roof on and leave it open air. But I am trying to make things a little bit more enclosed and covered and protected from the elements, I suppose you could say. Now, I came up with a bunker design that I was fiddling around with like a couple of weeks ago, and now I've got to see if I remember how I did it. Actually, I might do a blueprint, because that will be easier. And maybe I won't do a blueprint where there's a radioactive hog hanging around. Now, did I bring the ingredients for the blueprint maker? No, I didn't bring heavy module frames. I could do it on a Mark I. It's a pain, because if I need to edit it later on when I go home, and I've got a Mark II maker there. And I can't load them directly in the Mark II. Do hogs make sounds? The hogs do make sounds, but not enough to really jump scare you. And the radioactive hogs are actually do not jump scare you, because you get pinged by radiation before you actually get up close and personal to them. Okay, no, I need... I mean, if you're not lucky, they can shoot you at range, in which case the first thing you know is you get a blast in the side of your head, but it's not really something you notice as a sound. It's more just your sudden loss of health you notice. I think it might have actually been the 4-meter one that I was going to do. And I was going to use some walls, but nudge them half a meter down and what's it, half a meter in? Eventually I'll need to measure how wide I'm making this. Basically, I want this section here to be the same width as one of those. Probably should have lined it up with the center better. One, two, three, four, five. I think we need to come out to sort of the middle here if we want to make it a full width wide. If we want to overlap, it would need to be one more, I think. Nope, that's
Fix-it demand absolute FNC. Building good architecture is loss of FNC and therefore not endorsed by FICSIT Corporated. If you need something nice in your life, think of dogs and cats while we're building for maximum FNC and dopamine input. A happy mind is an FENCT mind. Fix-it wishes you good luck on your journey.
Not being efficient by doing architecture, hey. Think of the puppies and the kittens. The puppies and kittens would appreciate a nicely protected building. I mean, that's the bulk of it. And it's more these bits in the middle there that are just painful to do manually. So if I can do them in a blueprint, I might actually delete this diagonal bit. So I think I want to chrome on these. And then, actually, I think the carbon steel worked best on here. That's basically it. Yes. Where's the plus symbol to add it? So directory. Architecture. There it is. That didn't actually save the directory. It's called a ramp. The blueprint here. Yay, that's better. Hang on, I lost the... Oh, stupid. Save. Yes, it's definitely saved. I just put it in the wrong directory, didn't it? Fine, let's go build it and see what happens. Now, which side? That side, apparently. Really should chop that tree down. So that would be level... Oh, okay, that's going to be annoying. Because I offset that by half a meter, the blueprint is actually... Oh, wait. Sorry, tree. The software used for Ada's voice, I'm using, well, it's just SpeakerBot, which is by the same person who did StreamerBot. It uses a couple of different existing TTS services, and the Ada voice is, I think it was one of the Google API voices. If you just search for text-to-speech Ada's voice, there's a few things online that will tell you how you can replicate it. But luckily it is just a standard TTS voice that you can just configure. Like in-game, there's a few extra effects they add to it, like some reverb and stuff like that. There's the line there. That's lined up with the bottom there. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 2 is going to click through. 4 will fit everything on this side. Oops, no, not there. What have I run out of? Oh, I've actually run out of steel plates. Do the walls take steel plates? The walls take steel plates. There you go. Okay, so if it's up against the wall, okay, it doesn't actually clip in. If I go half out like that, and maybe I should have blueprinted this, but this is just going to be run down here, so maybe I should do just the middle bit. Plus, they're sticky smelters. You don't want sticky smelters out in the open. You want to hide there. I mean, these I could also bring in a little bit. Oh, there's nuclear hogs down there. He hasn't noticed me though. But still waiting for plates, and running these is using up lots of plates, so I haven't really figured out what I'm doing on this side. Maybe I should go design a wall that fits in nicely here. It's going to need to be half nudged. Okay, let's make it too high, just gives us a bit of room. You know what, I should have just done it as add it on the end here. Ah, no, this isn't going to work. Because if I overlap that way... Okay. Because basically I want it half width. But if I do that, it's not going to fit. But if I do this... Except I need it actually at the bottom end. It's the bottom end that this matters. Fine, I will do it this way then. That's the flow. Okay, this piece, put it on, snap it to the top of the wall, nudge it across, place it, and then snap the wall to the bottom. Well, I can turn on Zoop for this and do it much faster. Seven. I think we needed 9. That 2 meter foundation icon was wrong. So we missed one wall. Actually, be one more wide, and then I think we need to put oh, how are we going to do this? Is this going to be the same? Are we just going to nudge this across? I guess we are. Hang on, doesn't that make it exactly the same? It does, it's just a single one. No, the wall bit is different. Okay. The wall bit is different, that's useful to know. It actually makes it easier because we can just use the existing one and modify it. No. Now these I'm tempted to actually use a half foundation. Yes, that Z plating is annoying. Once I coat it, it should hopefully behave, please. Okay, there's a bit of a flicker along the line, but that is actually going to be buried in the wall, so in most cases you won't see that. I'm going to back into that nuclear hog, aren't I? Yep, I was going to back into the nuclear hog. Yeah, that Geiger counter is what you hear when you come across a nuclear hog. And then he shoots you. So this side we could bring the full height out. Of course it's going to slightly clip the conveyor belt. Great. But I still think that's pretty reasonable. Oh, that's right. I was waiting for things to build to make. I want to load into the depot at least. So now I should be able to make one. I should have made the wall extra high. Yeah, I kind of want an extra height wall. Like that's the capstone, but I need a wall to actually make it higher because I want these to come further down to the ground. Yes, I heard. that's effectively the wall. The other one is the corner. Let's just save this as... because I need to... okay, let's do it properly. Let's load the other one. This is wall. Now we're going to save this as bunker corner. Hang on, bunker corner name is already in use? Oh, did I hit save before? I might have hit save before. Okay, that's fine. Either that or I just stopped it all up. And that's the wall. I didn't see a bunker corner in that list, did you? Yeah, that's better. We'll get there in the end. We will have enough. Where's he wandered off to? Actually, he might have respawned. Hang on, why is that? That's not... Oh, crap. I had a blueprint called Bunker. The blueprint called Bunker was the bunker that I was trapping things in. And I've just overwritten it with an architecture bunker. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, it wasn't hard to make the bunker. It was effectively a modified thingy. I thought I was getting a bit antsy about the renaming. Also, that's hanging out. Oh, I knew I should have checked the clearance at this end. You know what this means? We need to move the entire thing half a row that way. Yes, yes. Let's see. Architecture. Did my bunker corner vanish as well? My bunker corner did not save. Well, that's annoying. I overwrote my bunker. So that's the bunker roof. I mean, it's not the bunker roof, it's the bunker. I mean, it is the main part of the roof, I guess. You know, I could build the middle bits in between. As long as I do half and half, it won't over. No. And I'm tempted to do it all the way back there. We'll be sticking out a little bit though, that's annoying. I swear it worked better in the in the early design plan I did. Now this is 10 across. Okay. Yes, because it's okay. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. So if I build these back to back, they are not lined up. So that's 4. I reckon I need another one. But I reckon if I put the other one back to back, it's going to overlap. So I reckon if I just put 1 there, then when I put these back to back, they will actually line up and match in. I'm so confident I'm going to make these a little longer. Okay, this is bunker roof. Bunker corner, which somehow did not save, was a bunker wall with extra bits on top. So that's bunker roof, or bunker corner. Come on, keyboard, stay with me. Corner, which should be a new one. And let's actually change its icon to come on, I saw it in here. Where was it? I'm gonna make it one of these, even though it looks nothing like it, because it kind of at least gives an indication of a concrete corner. The name is not in use. Unless it's hiding in another folder. Did I save it in a different place? There's corner 2, bunker. Oh look, there's bunker corner. Okay. And delete that then. If I load that. Okay, it is there. Okay, it's just sorted differently for some reason. Set directory, edit. Logistics, no architecture. Bunker corner 2. Move blueprint. Apply. Okay, wrong, Russ. Time for sleeps. Don't forget golf. Day I haven't, Russ. Have a good sleep. I also need to take a break for dinner in a few minutes, people. So yeah, I'll hopefully be awake in time for golf with Russ tomorrow morning. Russ is living in the future because she's on the east coast of Australia. And I'm over here living in the past on the west coast. Dinner, it's 9 p.m. Yes, Hibikiruga. When I am streaming, dinner is at the whims of mystical forces. I'm very appreciative of the mystical forces making me dinner, so it is running a bit late tonight, though. Now, is there a safe space? You know what? I might fix my old bunker. Maybe I should call the other one. Oh, no, it was my bunker. Cage is fine. This is Cage. Oh, no, I lost my bunker. Oh, it's still a modification of Cage. I can edit Cage into bunker. Ah, that's really annoying. Which means I can't actually load my bunker to hide in at the moment. Did I keep a backup of my blueprints? I don't think I did. Yes, saving the game would be a good idea. Here's Cage. The bunker was a more pioneer-friendly version of Cage. I can hide in Cage here, so nothing jumps out at me while I have dinner. That's okay, it's easy enough to rebuild. Okay, I'm going to be taking a 10-15 minute break to have a quick dinner, and I'll be back after that to continue with the architecture, and hopefully we'll move on from the bunker and stupid bunker and start working on some architecture for the main buildings. Back soon. I wonder if I can run a video in the break. I haven't pre-configured it though. I'll see what I can do. About 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Bye.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter. Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, looks like an ad's already run. And I can't run another one yet, so I guess we're going to jump in. Let me just reconnect. Right, we're in. So this is the plan. We have upgraded the capacity of the computer's factory. Hopefully you can hear me. Yep, my mic is bouncing on the graph, all looking good. Yes, we are now making 100 circuit boards per minute, of which 60 are going towards computers and 40 will be going on to other factories as needed. The 60 we've now expanded to make 40 computers per minute, and we're making a total crystal oscillators of 26.25 currently. We would expand this to 8 or even 9, but we currently are limited by the throughput of the Mark IV belt, and I am not running a second belt because I'm going to just have to tear it up when I get Mark V belts. So we are leaving this as it is, and when we get Mark V belts, I'll probably expand the crystal oscillators up to 9. We also will have a rubber crisis because we are using 183 rubber per minute, and my rubber factory is not making that much rubber. So I am going to have to expand the rubber factory. So that might be the next stream, which I wasn't planning on doing quite yet, but it's something that has been on the to-do list. So let me just remember this, 26.25, because I'm curious if the crystal oscillators are actually keeping up with that. Okay, right, that's right, we were inside the not a bunker because we accidentally deleted the bunker, making a bunker, which is most annoying. We're blueprinting here just on top of our stacks of factory because it was a convenient place and safe from stingers. 26.75. I'm just going to go check out throughputs of our factories because things should now be running at their correct throughputs. 27 on the oscillators, looks good. Oh, look, we've actually filled up all the computers and circuit boards. Now that's interesting because they should be going into storage containers. That's full of computers, which means, is this full of computers? Wow, we ended up filling those up much faster than I thought. I guess doubling capacity does do something. And because the computers are full, everything else is bottlenecked. Right. So we do have a pile of circuit boards and... Oh yeah, we still haven't filled up the crystal oscillators. You know what? I'm going to actually set the train going that is going to flood our home depot with this supplies. Ooh, power's looking a little dicey. This is one problem with doubling capacity. Kind of uses more power. Now, I don't necessarily trust 100% the storage has been configured correctly, so I'm actually going to scout ahead. Actually, no, I can probably beat it there even if I set the timetable on. Actually, you know what? I'll put a train on the train track. So the train timetable, we have this train called Home Delivery. Oh, it's only got 2 carts. That's okay, we only need the first one at the moment. Now this is just taking stuff from the basics factory here and dropping it off at the space elevator. So it's basically doing this loop, and it's basically taking leftover parts and such from one point to another. Oh, I should really have another train just for computers, shouldn't I? Yeah, okay, let's have a new plan, new train. No, that's not right. Because I don't necessarily want to go into the full way of doing train logistics at the moment. But the idea is it will pick up a full load of all the tech parts, so it looks like I'm going to be explaining it. It will deliver all those tech parts first to all the factories that actually need them. And then, once it is delivered everything everywhere else, any remaining parts in it it will then go to the space elevator where we have our mall, and it will dump the remainder in the mall. So it's basically the leftovers, of which there already should be some, will end up in the mall, and if for some reason it doesn't, that means we're not actually making enough to meet demand. So, oops, this train is called train, and so is that other train. Which train is which? Painting the train is a good idea. Oh, I should have gone with my old name. Except I'll probably get glared out by a zero N. I used to call it the Hogwarts Express. Because, you know, it gathers quartz products. Yeah, this'll do. I can always rename it later. So, Silcon Express will pick up from... Oh, are we east or west at the moment? I think we're east. And it will go to space elevator. Let's drop it off in west. Come on, add. Why isn't it adding it? I need to configure this first. Load. We are going to load 3 things. It's always good to specify what you're loading. We're picking up computers. We're picking up circuit boards. And eventually, when we reach enough, we'll pick up crystal oscillators. And then at the other end, we will unload... I suppose I should specify them here as well. So once we've got other factories, we might have it deliver computers to one factory and then circuit boards to another factory and so on and so forth. Not chainsaws. I don't think you can automate chainsaws, although that would be funny. Hang on. This is load. We load here. Just that. And we're going to wait here. This is the primary train here, so we're actually going to wait here. Let's wait 2 minutes. Maybe wait 5 minutes. Because nothing else should be using this station. This is the home station of this particular train. So 5 minutes is probably a pretty good wait time before it sets off on its route. Now, can I add this now? No, I can't. Why not? That is really weird. How about we save it? Edit it again. Okay. So at the space elevator, we will unload computers, circuit boards, and crystal oscillators. The 3 C's. Oh, I should have called the train the 3 C's. And we don't want to really wait at that station long because there's other trains that are going to be dropping stuff off there regularly. So let's just wait 30 seconds. Otherwise, things could back up too much. Because we only have a single route, single circle route as our total thing. So let's save it. I'm going to turn on driving, except it shouldn't go yet. Actually, let's turn it off. Get that out of the way. I'm just going to drive this train. Like, what's the worst that can happen, right? So this should load here. Looking good. There's nothing in those 2 containers yet, so it's only loading the first 2. Relax. Good evening, relax, or good morning. How are you going? So the front one is chockers full of computers. The second one has a pile of circuit boards in it. It's logging into work. Cool. I mean, not cool, but work is what work does, and it helps pay the bills, right? Okay, now it's going to sit here for 5 minutes. So I'm just going to cancel docking to tell it to hurry up, because in this stage we don't actually need it to wait here. What boy? Ah, hello, welcome. Train go new. We are taking our train full of computers and dumping them all in our mall, which is going to completely flood it. Ooh, I need to put more signals along this line. Because there was a train just going through here, but I've been very lax and not put enough signals along, so the train got held up. So we have been in the Titan Forest again, and we have doubled mostly the capacity of the computers and circuit board production in the crystal oscillators. And we've started to work on some architecture, very much a work in progress. Now this camera is supposed to be a face cam on a dolly, and I'm like a... That's not the correct term. What's the correct term? Maybe it's the correct term. It's not supposed to spring wildly around like it is currently, so there is obviously a bit of a code bug there I need to fix. I mean, we can always go inside the train. Balance power production on my world? Cool! A blackout. Underestimated the amount of tanks needed for nitrogen delivery. Ah, using train tanks for nitrogen? Yeah. I mean, you are making a massive power source though, so I'm not too surprised you would also need a massive amount of and trains to get that much nitrogen through. Okay, so we're already dumping a load here of stuff from another factory. Nope, that's just finished going through. That's fine. Because this is... Was it deleting? I'll tell how many there is once it's offloaded them here. Come on, update. 6,000 circuit boards, 1,500 computers. Computers only stack to 50, so that's why we've got less of those circuit board standard computers. So this up here sort of splits and then rejoins. So when you have 2 cars worth of products, it actually spreads them across 4 belts. So if I set it up right, these will be sorted into containers. And if I didn't set it up right, everything will get sunk. Pretty sure I set up computers though, didn't I? Yes, up the back here. Circuit boards, computers. So, if I've done this correctly, we will see stuff in here, and if I have not done it correctly, there'll be a whole lot going to the sink. Hey, circuit boards! And computers, okay. There are 2 belts of sorting, so if I've messed up one of the belts, I can't actually see what's coming into the sink here. That's a problem. Okay, I think that's other stuff being sunk there. Yeah, okay, there's excess copper sheets coming through to the sink. No computers, no circuit boards, so it looks like it's working. Yes, it works. 1.2 launchers are going to start modding Satisfactory. Oh, cool. Do you have a particular mods in mind you want to work on? Now, that train's probably left and abandoned me here, even though all these computers and circuit boards are still unloading. And this is part of the problem. If another train comes through too quickly, these still have stuff in them. And the next train along won't be able to empty stuff. So maybe I actually should have got it to stay here a little bit longer. Guessing I'm making my own way back to the factory though, so let's just jump in a train. So as long as the trains don't come up, that means we don't actually need a sink at the computer factory, because after delivering to other factories, it will deliver the remainder to the mall. and then any excess will get sunk. I want to make multiplayer and base game more stable and possibly not doing the native VR mod. I'm happy to do native VR mod support when 1.2 comes out, but I'll have to see what the engine lets me do. But if you can figure it out, let me know. I am still a bit of a noob, well, like I'm a lot of a noob at Unreal Engine. This is pretty much the only mod I've created, and that's the reason I learned Unreal Engine. So there's lots of things that I do not know a lot about yet. Mods can get to make more stable. Yes, there are mods that out there that will fix bugs. Usually it involves re-implementing features in a different way, or you know, bypassing the code, or maybe putting extra checks and balances and protections in there. I mean, Satisfactory is pretty stable on the whole. And I assume, Albert, you've seen that they're upgrading to Unreal Engine 5.6. And that's why they haven't been doing a huge amount of updates recently, is they've been prepping 1.2 on the 5.6 engine. So they've been doing work that they couldn't release on the old engine because they're focused on the new engine stuff. Okay, so here we are, actually. Oh, it'll all be flowing again. I trust that the bottleneck's gone. So we were working on a bunker over here and realised we need to move everything across a bit, which is annoying. So let's start with this end, because I don't want to move it across a full slab, I don't think. I think I want to just come across a half. My nudge angle is off by 90 degrees. I mean, that's kind of lined up with the edge of the smelter if we're assuming a half meter side, but what's our spacing like at the other side? Yeah, if we come in, I mean, we could come in a whole slab on this side actually. Could move everything across by one. That means the solid bit would be here and the vents would start where the smelters are. I don't think we need a UEVR upgrade. 5.6 has been out for a while. They're actually got 5.7 out now, I think, but it does take a lot of time for devs to adapt to new engine updates. It is non-trivial. So we will have to... Oh my goodness, Nudge, can you go in the right direction, please? With the disclaimer that it's totally my fault, because I'm in VR moving around like this, so can't 100% blame the game. That's not the right one. Oh, I renamed it, that's why. Oh, I don't have enough on here. Fine, I'll go pick it out of here then. Bunker corner? Nope. Bunker corner 2, bunker corner. No blueprint. Here we go. Come on, Foundation. You can snap to something, please. That'll do. Set your backwards. Here we go. Allow Tavish Furicus, I reckon it would be entirely possible to speech to text in game. Yes, you could. Might already be a mod for that, I don't know. I don't see why not. Ah, I made a different corner top that had the roof built in now, I remember. Actually, that's all we need to do because the end one will just be one of those. And there's our old friend, Mr. Radiation. Hasn't noticed us yet. There into response. Yeah, you could do some LLM Ada real-time conversations. That would be. I've thought about doing that on the Twitch stream actually. Having an integration to do that. That would be interesting. Or having Ada do dynamic responses to people. Why is that not building? Hello, I have plenty of everything. That's curious. No. It's very hard to come up with original ideas. UVR Deluxe already has speech recognition for controlling bots. Yes, it does. Speech to text. That I had considered trying that. My poor streaming laptop is already doing a lot, and the problem is that my mic is going to my streaming laptop, whereas the game is on my gaming PC. So I could do voice commands for my stream setup, but not for the game. I was playing around a bit with voice attack as a possibility of doing some VR controls for launching certain things. What is... Oh, there's a void there. There's a burb. Go away, burb. Oops. Well, that scared him off. I'm sure he'll just be munched up in the coal, in the copper. It might can all listen probably, but if you're chatting, it's going to do something random sooner or later. Yeah, I would have a prompt word to activate it, so it'd be like, "Hey Ada, tell a joke about cows" or something. I don't know. Which is kind of what I was experimenting with voice attack, because you can have a phrase to start a vocal trigger, and then you have free text after that start. Okay. What's the roadmap for the world, for this world? Well, this is the computer tech factory. I was going to do heavy modular frames next. Is that the wrong blueprint? Yes, it is the wrong blueprint because we renamed it. I'm actually thinking of doing a munitions factory next, since, you know, sometimes I have to shoot things. Munitions factory is actually really complicated. There's just a little bit of everything in it. So the munitions, the plan for the munitions factory was actually, that's not quite lined up, is it? No, it's not. So to have one factory, one place making black powder and smoked powder, smokeless powder, and then that would ship that plus turbo fuel actually to this location, because quite a few of the munitions need high-speed connectors and crystal oscillators and things like that. But then I found out I'm using too much rubber here now that I've just doubled all my capacity, so I might actually have to go back to the plastics factory and expand that, which was always the plan. I was just hoping to do it a bit later. Although, because I've doubled capacity, my power is... yeah, we still got headroom. But if we increase the plastics and rubber and then we put a heavy modular frames factory on top of this, it's going to start getting a little squishy, I think, because we are still running on coal power, because at the moment I am attempting to not use fuel at all as part of a playthrough challenge, because I always do fuel, and fuel is OP, especially rocket fuel. So OP. Yeah, I could do a completely separate factory somewhere else, and I've done that before, but there's still, I couldn't really find one place that had everything, because you need coal and sulfur and oil and quartz and copper and iron and deuterium. You need everything basically. So So unless you have a flock of drones or trains delivering stuff everywhere, building everything in one spot, especially later on if you're like expanding to have nuclear and everything else. Well, you gotta go, no problems. Thanks for coming and hanging out for a bit. Have a good weekend. Okay, so there's that side of the bunker. This side's pretty good. What I'll do is I'll just run these under. Might actually make this a full foundation, which is probably going to forget the color. It's there. Could do these as full height walls, but I like having a bit of space in the roof there like that. Yeah, the munitions factory wouldn't necessarily make everything at this stage, but it would make kind of the ammunitions that I would use. Which is most of the rebar ones and half the nobelisks. Like, I don't really use gas nobelisks, and you've got to have nuclear before you can make the nuclear nobelisks, so I'm not thinking about that at this stage. Can't see anything. Okay. These caps at the end, I will put a normal foundation on. Actually, I could do a sloped. Nah. It's the normal. Okay, material first, then colour, otherwise you lose your colour apparently. VR Deluxe doesn't seem to have a wake word, just seems to be mostly optimised for shouting spell Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, that's not too surprising. Yeah, I did have a look at it, but it seemed very simple. So I was thinking something like not TeamSpeak, voice attack would give more control. That guy's still in his cage. Okay, let's waste some plastic. Am I accidentally painting the sides and changing the colour? No, I'm not. Good. I see over there behind the chat window. Okay, eventually I will do side walls and things, but at the moment I'm going for broad stroke architecture. And I think that is a bunker in the forest to make some copper. Well, this bit here just makes copper. Zombro 5956. We are in the Titan Forest making computers and circuit boards and crystal oscillators. So this bit here inside this building is just making copper. But over here, we have these stacks here are making circuit boards. I think it was something like 50 minutes total, I think it was. No, it must be more than 50. I think it was actually about 100. And then over here we have computers, which are made in the assemblers. That's actually a really easy recipe. And then there's some massive crystal oscillator factories in the background there. So we've got it all functional, and we've upped the production. We originally made it with a certain throughput of 20 each of computers and circuit boards, but we have now doubled that output, and we still have a backlog. What is going on here? What have I messed up in my logistics? Okay, there's no computers. Oh, I wonder if something got passed that was not of the right sort. That's what it would be. This is what you get when you don't have an awesome sink at the end of the chain. Awesome sinks are tall buggers. I don't think I could fit one under there. I think it would have to be up the side. So I don't have them on my hotbar. Yeah, so even if I put it under there, it's going to run into the train line unless I put it out here in the middle of everywhere. That's an eyesore. Makes sense to put it up the back here near the actual circuit boards factory. We could put it in a recessed area here. Might leave that there just as a pillar. So we plonk one here. can wrap a bit of a building around it later on. So we've got a power point around here we can jack into. Put them over there for some reason. So put one there, connect across to there. How you get so good at architecture? Perseverance and practice. And this is a factory design which I'm getting better at laying out the blueprint factories. But the actual architecture of putting walls and roofs and things like that on, that I'm still very much practicing, and that's one of the things I'm trying to do with this playthrough, is trying to be a bit more, spend a bit more time on the whole architecture side of things to make things that actually look decent and plausible. I'm also trying to do vertical builds this playthrough, which is in and of itself its own challenge. Nope, too far over. That will need something to snap onto. There's another conveyor there. Right, let's instead make this thinner. So we can fit some logistics above these other belts. Yeah, for the architecture, it is a lot of practice. It's also a lot of looking at other people's instructional videos. There are people who make guides on YouTube about how to make a box factory look less like a box. So there's different things you can do there. And it's just experimenting and trying out different things as well. There you go. Like 6 whole computers that was blocking up the whole thing. But these sort of blueprint factories, I start by placing the machines out in different positions. So I'll build normal foundations on multiple floors, and then I'll put out the general layout of how the blueprint is going to happen. And then once that's done, I will remove the foundations and put in sort of the pillars and the beam supports, so it looks like more of a suspended build. So that's kind of how I do this particular style of blueprint. There is a new tool called Satisfactory Layouts, I think it is, satisfactorylayout.com, which allows you to actually position grid-like the size of all the buildings and sort of plan out a factory layout, so you might find that useful. And there's lots of other planning tools to help build and plan, like the logistics of the numbers and things like that. Okay, so we fixed the bottleneck, so everything should be flowing again now. Wow, we had that bottleneck so much that even the crystal oscillators banked up. Although these eventually should bank up. We won't actually get any crystal oscillators coming into the storage and the train until this backs up. So yeah, eventually that will need to come through. So now we need to put walls on the other buildings. Actually, what is the time? It is 10 o'clock. I suppose we keep starting from this side because this is where we started with this building up here. And now I need to make this circuit board part of the factory look more like an actual building. A bit low to the ground over this side, so I might make that a bit elevated at the moment, but I think I'll start with sort of the main pillars around the building and see if I can build from that. Am I going to get run over by a train here? So if we say that is the corner of the building, although I'm trying to avoid clipping into the trees above.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Okay, so yeah, we've got enough room on here for a roof. If we make these any taller, we would probably have to do it like over the other side there. And this one will kind of miss the leaves, so we could have a tapered sort of roof structure, but I think that's all we're going to have room to fit here. And if we make that the back corner there, Coffee Stain, some of the staff at Coffee Stain are aware of the VR mod, yes. I do have an ad in 4 minutes. So yeah, they haven't really shown a huge amount of interest at Coffee Stain, but they have acknowledged it, and the director, you know, when asked in a question, you know, do they know about it? And I do it. Actually, the question was, is there going to be VR in Satisfactory? And he said, there's a mod for that. It looks pretty cool. So it's like, I'll accept that. That seems better than nothing. Now, what I'm going to try and do here is, we probably still need foundations. But what I should probably do is do it after the ad break. I want to try and do a curve in here and along the front here. So this will be fairly close to the train line across here. And I'll try and miss the tree, but we'll see how we go. Okay, I'm going to pause here for a quick ad break from Twitch, and I'm going to have a bit of a drink and a bit of a stretch, and then we will continue with seeing if we can put some decent walls on this building. Back in a couple of minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we're back. It says the guests when they don't need to implement it and spend the time and resources they like, at least it doesn't affect the game in a negative way. Yes, it is. It's good for them, and there's a decent number of people using the mod. I think several of the Coffee Stain staff have been in the VR or AR industry in the past, and I suspect some of them got a little burned by some of the old tech because they seem very dismissive as far as comfort options go. For Satisfactory in VR. Like whenever it comes up, they're like, oh no, that will make us feel ill. Which is a shame, but it is what it is. But yeah, they're aware of it. And like I've rated out of Twitch and gone to people like Gemballs and such, and they've gone, oh cool, and such like that. So there has been some positive feedback from some people, and there's some community members that have really been on board with it. I also participated in the Pass It On event, which I did in VR, so that was pretty good publicity. Had quite a few people come through from that. Okay, I'm trying something here. Okay, I need it to come a bit more over this way. Maybe just make that straighten up like this. Gotta go to sleep, it's getting pretty late where I am. No problem, Zombro. Thanks for coming on and hanging out. They won't do it themselves, or they're happy if it doesn't affect the game. Yeah. And when I've had technical problems and asked on the modding community, like the modding community has been very supportive, a little bit confused. It's like, VR, what? Huh? What's that? But overall, they've helped me solve some technical problems. And some of those people have been Coffee Stain staff, technical staff have kind of helped with it here and there as well. So this is kind of the center. What I'm doing here is I'm using rails to build a curve, because the rails will spline between 2 points, and then you can use pillars and snap them to the bottom of the rails to allow you to replace them with foundations following the curves. Now this is a little bit eyeball-y. You do kind of need to space them out properly. Actually, if I do one every second one with a little overlap, that'll probably work better. Now these foundations follow the curve. Yeah, I'm going to optimistically delete those. Pretty happy with how those foundations have lined up there. Just putting one there so it helps me sort of center that first pillar. So then I can check it against the foundation and go, well, that's not very centered. Again, you probably want a little bit of an overlap, but oh, I'm using steel ones this time, apparently. That one's probably going to be pretty close to that edge, but that's still not too bad, I don't think. Ah, see, there's a little gap there. Didn't quite get it right. I think I've got a little extra space that I can do that. No, still not right. Oh, hang on. No, it is. It is okay. It's actually overlapping a little bit. That's fine. Now, on the inside there's a bit of a gap. It's actually okay because what I want it to line up with is the middle, so I can put glass there. I mean, I could move this one slightly across because it is fairly embedded there. So I could also minimize that. Oops. Still pretty gappy. Whoops. Let's try that. Do they hide the windows? On the walls? Yes, here we go. Let's just go full frame. A little bit of overlap. Although there are ways of hiding that. Oh, that didn't go the right way. What happened there? That's what happened there. Okay. Yeah, moving that in actually made that overlap more than the other ones, so maybe I should move that one back out again. And it's still overlapping. we can look at the bottom. Okay, so that's got a gap, so that's not right. That's better. Yeah, it's a little overlap. It's just the other ones were so precise. You know, it's bugging me now. Except we're probably going to have to cover up the other side anyway, so I'm just going to leave it because we're going to have to cover it up. This is not an exact science exactly. Okay, so that's our front. Now, what color? I was actually thinking of trying some white. This white is going to be not white at all. So I think we're going to need to have a custom swatch. Concrete primary, no, that's not white enough. Satisfactory EPR, going to have to go on Logitech styluses so you can paint your creations in VR. You can paint perfectly fine with a VR controller, that's the thing. It's like, I am just painting with a brush here. You know, if I can do a dot art, I can just paint as if I was doing it anyway. It's actually a lot easier to paint style in VR than it is in the mouse. Now to make this really white, I think we make this number higher. So this is a range of 0 to 1, this number. So if we make it 4, that's like really white. Yeah, there we go. Could probably even make it whiter. Pretty sure around 5 was the edge of the range though. Not -5, what? Basically the concrete texture dulls whatever color you want, so you need to multiply it by a factor beyond 100% to actually get it to come out the color you want. That's a little whiter. So you can use like a metal pillar. I mean, you could use a beam to cover up these bits here, but I'm just wondering how a metal pillar would look embedded into it. almost, this is a pretty steep angle here. You almost want something in between. Thank you. This I think we need something up and down these white pillars to make them pop a bit more. I think it's got potential there. Now at the top here, I want to do a bit of an angle, similar to what we're doing with the bunker. Sort of this style. And probably lower this down to there, maybe? Yeah. It's lower than that. I think it's down there, although that is going to cut close to the machines, so this one will need to be up that height. Okay, that does match good. Need to figure out what we're doing at the back of the building as well. And if we're going to keep that tree or not. Nope, that's not the right place. That's not the right place. Okay, so 4 meters should match. This is where it's going to get messy because this is concave, so these won't overlap very well. So this one we probably should line up. And no, this one should snap to here. Really? That's where it's snapping? Although no one will be up high enough to see these, I guess, so if there's holes in it. Yeah, that's a big gap there. We can fill those. It's much easier to do convex, is it? I need one on the inside there, haven't done that. Because these ones will just overlap a little bit. Almost don't need that one, actually. Come on. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Yeah, there's a tiny little bit of glass in there that one is covering. Yes, I suppose I can angle it in. So this one I might actually put it there and then I'll nudge it across a couple. So it's actually overlapping less. Hopefully that's not sticking out the other side. Nah, it won't stick out the other side. Okay, so I need to trim some of the concrete pylons that are sticking out the top there a little bit. Definitely need something bold up and down the white pillars a bit. I wonder if I can get it whiter than that too. Put some lighting up inside to light the whole interior. That would look pretty cool. This tree might need to go down here. Although we could curve the glass around here and sort of avoid the tree. Technically this is the edge of the factory, but I don't want to run a window along that right on the edge. I need a little bit more room. Let's try the rail trick over here. So if we're running the window in the middle, we kind of need this to be in the middle, like kind of eyeballing it here. If I use this half one, that will be enough padding. Have that one just overlap that in the middle. That should be a good guideline. And then the rest is pretty much straight, so that's not too worried about that. Slightly not quite enough. I should have had a little bit more overlap there. Are we looking at other places? That's got enough overlap. Actually, did it overlap, but I'm just not seeing it? No, it's just a smidge out. Here we go. Because if I do actually like the concrete border at the bottom, so having it just overlap neatly is good. I have to fix that logistics that's on the corner there. It's not the most even spacing wise. I think when you cover it up with the pillars, it doesn't look too bad. Oops, put that away. I might line that one up with this one. Oh, I fell down. We're getting close to the back there. It's a more subtle curve, definitely. But it lets us avoid the tree for the most part. No idea how I'm going to do the roof up here, though. I might do this not maybe that high. Need 1.2 to come out with some more angled glass windows, please, for corners and things like that. So along here we can probably just grab this sort of roof here and just angle it up. Oh, we could even drop some eaves. Nah. Yeah, this is the problem one here. It's like, how do we get this to fit in here? Kind of need it to line up, yeah, kind of like that. That's... Did I change the angle of the glass? Oh no, that's just up higher there. No, that's not good. I mean, no one will see it, but it's not good. Give it a little half nudge. No one will be the wiser. I need a hover back. Need to figure out something for that side as well. And the other thing you can do here is you could do something like this. Oh, it's nudging diagonally. Okay, I can't use nudge. I could use eyeball. Want it to go there. I think I wanted that actually a meter higher. It's going to be painful. we put a pillar up here as an anchor point, kind of roughly where we want it to be. Then we can do a beam there. So basically you do it from the edge there, and then you keep it parallel to the roof here. Aim at the middle there. And that's kind of getting a bit high on this end. Then you snap that on the end, you can nudge it down across, down 1 and across 4. And then you run up like that. Yeah, that's not quite right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to half nudge this. So we're a meter extra at this end, half a meter at that end. Actually, you could move it closer. That would be another way of doing it. To actually put it right on the edge. See, that is a lot more parallel. Just kind of experimenting here. Trying to see if some of this works. Oops. This is a lot of fiddling around just to get a nice roof beam. Ah, this one's actually going to stick out above the white. Is it? No, it's not. Of course it's not. Oops. Yeah, the angle on this one's a little squiffy. That kind of needs to run up to that point. Angle on that one's good. I just completely nudged it by a meter. Whoa! So this one kind of needs to almost angle up to the same point, almost. Yeah, this one needs to be tilted slightly and go up that way. The thing is, it's straight here and then it's less straight there, so maybe I just settle for that. Or maybe I just skip the whole beam idea altogether. This is going to be messier here, but the beams will actually help, the pillars will actually help cover it. So it's a start. A lot more work to go on it though. I also would like to enclose the station as well, I think. Yeah, see the white kind of fades in, becomes a bit pale from a distance. Maybe I need to make this extreme as well. It is actually whiter. It is whiter. That is noticeably whiter. Oh look, it's changed it to 30 and 0.83. That's interesting. I don't want a new name for a preset, I just want it to be the really white one again. Hey, it's okay, I'll rename it later. Yeah, that is very white. Yeah, is there any benefit of it being shiny? See, this is a shiny plastic finish. Yeah, okay, the normal contract is rough, so the plastic does make a smoother finish. Hang on, I didn't need that middle pop. There we go. That's a bit better. That pops a bit more. I mean, it is dark. I wonder what it looks like in daytime. Let me see if I can pull up my day changer. It's kind of 9 in the morning. Yeah, those over there look decent. This definitely needs work here, so I'm gonna have to tidy that up. A lot of shadow in this game. A planet that I think has 2 suns. There's that window in the middle of the train tracks, thank you. Okay, so I am going to wrap it up there. I'm going to leave it there for tonight. This is a work in progress. So what we accomplished tonight is we doubled mostly the throughput of the factory, which was the first goal of the night. So if I switch back to the plan momentarily, hey, there's the plan. So at the start, before this evening, we only had 2 blueprints of circuit boards making 50, and we only had 6 assemblers making 20 computers. So we've doubled that to make 400 circuit boards and 40 computers, and the leftover circuit boards is 40, so we're shipping out 40 of each that can go to other projects. Crystal oscillators, we did have 4 blueprints. We've upped it to 7. We didn't quite get to 8 or 9 because of the throughput limit of quartz. But once we get Mark 5 belts, I will probably make that a Mark 5 belt and then up this to 9 because we have basically 3 towers at the moment. And that will feed into the computers, and then any leftovers can go on to other projects. So that's the functional enhancements. We're going to start on architecture. So over here, I'm quite happy with how the bunker turned out. So this, I need to put end caps on it, but this is just a bunch of smelters. This is, how many smelters? 24, I think? Actually, we still need to overclock one of them. We still need some tuning, because we actually needed 24 point something. And I'm not sure. And all the lights are green. There's some yellow ones down this side, which is curious. Should not be starved of copper at all. Although there was slightly more copper coming in one of the belts, so I'll have to tune that. And there's our old friend, the nuclear hog, who keeps breaking out of his cage and annoying us. Yeah, that's the copper outpost. So I need to finish off the architecture here. Then over this side, we've got the computers. And hiding up the back here, we have the crystal oscillators. So you can see this is, if I get close enough to highlight it, 1, 2, 3 blueprints, 4, 5, 6, and we've got a 7th over there. So we can do at least 8, maybe 9 before we hit the tree canopy, or we could do like another one up there, or we could have a staggered 3 high. But that is all now outputting and feeding into our storage. So let's check the throughputs here. 18 crystal oscillators. I thought that was higher than that. That's interesting, because there should be 40 computers a minute, not 46. And there should be 40 circuit boards, not 27. We stuffed up somewhere? I mean, it's kind of odd that it's making more computers than it should. I actually know, because it would be 2 more computers. 3.323, so this would be making 10 per stack, and there's 4 stacks. I don't think any of these are overclocked. Now the outputs aren't flooded. That is most curious, and I have to keep an eye on that, because these should all be running at 100%. If these are running at 100%, then there should be 40 extra circuit boards coming through the output. Actually, have we fully saturated the circuit boards here? Yes, we have. Okay, so that should... I mean, these don't seem very stable, so maybe they're just bursty. Maybe they didn't track when I was out of range, and now that I've just come in range, they need to recalibrate, because they seem to be getting closer to the expected numbers now. Either way, it doesn't look like any belts are running empty, so it looks like we're keeping up with the throughput. And so the 3 products come into our storage office in here, which we still need to do like walkways and doors and things like that. But we have dimensional depots under the floor, so all the products come in here. We have a full container back here if we want to hand load at any time. They also feed into the depot, and then they come through and fill up the train, which we should have computers, circuit boards, and have we got any crystal oscillators yet? No. Okay, because basically the computers need to saturate with crystal oscillators before we will get the spare crystal oscillators running through. So assume the math is right. How many are we doing? 1.667. 1 point, lots of 6s, times 3 times 4 is 20. Yeah, I thought it was. So 20, and we have a throughput of 11. That should be 28. But if it wasn't, why are we getting full computer throughput? Don't you love diagnosing logistic problems? There's a belt that's empty there. What's that empty belt? Circuit boards? What did I stuff up? No, that's right. Oh! Wind back a couple of hours. We're using more rubber than I'm producing. That's why it's bursty. The train will bring in a load of rubber. It'll use it all up faster than it can be delivered. So, next episode, actually, I don't know if I'll do a stream of it or whether I'll just do it. But we need to increase our rubber production, which actually shouldn't take that long because we've got blueprints for it and it's just doubling what we've got currently. So I might do that next stream. We will see. Anyway, let's head home. Luckily, nothing's relying on having lots of crystal oscillators at the moment. So that's going to delay the plans of doing heavy modular frames a bit, unfortunately, let alone getting stuck into munitions. I can't believe it chewed through the excess rubber that quickly. I thought I had a bit of a buffer. Obviously, I did not. Oops, we're going to catch up to that train. Okay, our stop is here.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Yep, well, we're going to delay the ad break because we're going to log off here for the night. No more ads for you, Twitch. Let me just delay that ad break. That snooze, please snooze. Well, I've clicked it. I'm assuming it'll snooze. I was going to say, see how the doggos are going. George has some cable. So you've got some obelisks. Useful. Could do with some nuke obelisks. Can't make those yet. You got Skippy and Snowy's got a slug. Good one, Snowy. We always like slugs. Scratch. Oh, Scratch has been hunting spitters. What have we missed? Great. Now I can't tell whether you guys are blast. If I talk to Timmy, okay, Timmy's got rods. Timmy's going to be pushing. Oh, Lassie's got high-speed connectors. Good one, Lassie. Can't quite make those yet. Who's over here? Snowy. Did we talk to Snowy already? What you doing, Snowy? You okay? Yeah, okay, he's fine. Okay, let me just recycle a few things. Might as well put those slugs through. Grass, animal parts. Okay, now did that air brake actually sleep? Yes, it did, twice. Excellent. Do not need to carry around those with me currently. Do not need excess circuit boards. So yeah, we've got our computer, sorry, our plastics and rubber factory down in the blue crater over there. So that building over there with the refiners. So we get to build another story on top of that next time. Hopefully it'll be pretty easy to get up and running. Do I want to do it on stream? It might be easier just to do it off stream. See how I go. Okay, thank you very much everyone for watching. If you're on Twitch, I'll see if there's someone else to raid out with. Otherwise, YouTube, I will bid you adieu. I am thinking I will stream No Man's Sky tomorrow night, perhaps. I could do more of this, but I'm actually itching to try out the No Man's Sky expedition. And there's drops on currently. Yeah, you'd laugh it up, Bean. Thanks very much. So that is the plan. So let me just save the game. Oh, he's coming up the stairs at me now. Coffee Stain is streaming? What are they streaming? Might be just Mikkel playing. Okay, we'll have a look. Okay, thanks very much. Let's go to the outro screen. Let's take off my headset. Good night, YouTube. See you next time.